Chapter 991. Ha! With a shout, Wuxia charged forward with her silver spear flashing with a cold light. She flashed to the top of another building and arrived in front of Jianghu. With a piercing sound, the sharp tip of her spear flashed past. Jianghu's expression changed, and his red eyes became serious. Her familiars and Vatler's familiars were destroyed in the blink of an eye when they clashed against the silver spear. She didn't think she would be fine after being stabbed by the spear, even if she was an immortal vampire. Immediately, Jianghu stomped on the ground and quickly retreated, dodging Yukina's frost wolf. Wuxia immediately jumped and chased after him. Not long after, the two of them had retreated quite a distance and left the battlefield. "What are you doing? That bastard!" Shutra roared rudely as he raised his hand. Under the control of his telekinesis, a sharp air current scraped against his arm, producing a sharp sound of friction. "Are you guys going to ignore me?" "Bastards!" After cursing arrogantly, Shutra swung his hand at Wuxia. A sharp gust of wind swept out and slashed towards Yukina's petite back. "Come at me! Lion's gold!" On the path of the buzzing storm, a burst of golden lightning suddenly burst forth. Like fireworks, it flashed wildly and condensed into a mighty thunder lion with golden fur fluttering all over its body. It looked like a golden lightning bolt. Roar! The golden thunder lion let out a roar. The lightning was so dense that it seemed like it could tear the sky apart. It clashed with the gust of wind. Clap, 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 clap. The lion's gold fiercely charged forward. Wherever it passed, the violent gale actually collided with the golden lightning under its charge. It didn't even last for a second, and the humming sound of the wind breaking apart exposed Sweatla to the charge of the huge thunder lion. Bastard! Just by looking at it, Sutra knew how terrifying the lion's gold was. He was about to say that it was just a true ancestor, but he swallowed his words when he sensed the threat of the lightning lion. He quickly leaped up and dodged the attack. Rumble! In the next instant, the violent lightning lion pounced on the spot where Shutra had been standing. It was only natural that the familiar of the fourth primogenitor would be able to deal with it. There wasn't a single place that could be preserved in perfect condition. All of them had been turned into ashes by the violent lightning. Heh! Shutra smiled cruelly, but a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. "You're quite capable, bastard. I'm sorry." Gu Cheng's body flashed with golden lightning as he spoke in an unapologetic tone. "If you disturb GMO, I'll be in a lot of trouble." "What? Are you saying you want to die alone? Bastard!" Regardless of what he was thinking in his heart, Shutra was still extremely arrogant and boastful. "If possible, I really want to die once," Gu Cheng said. A scarlet light flashed in his eyes. Violent golden lightning bolts swelled up from his body and once again condensed into a golden lightning lion. Unfortunately, this cursed body really can't die. Go! Lion's gold! Roar! The lightning lion with golden lightning surging all over its body once again let loose a thunderous roar, and it was like a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens as it flashed toward Shutra amid a series of hair-raising electronic sounds. "Bastard!" Sutla cursed as he activated all of his psychokinesis. An extremely soft Puchi sound suddenly rang out. At the same time, 4 ghostly wrists appeared like phantoms. They were phantoms formed by pure psychokinesis. "Oi!" Seeing this, Gu Cheng loudly shouted as if he was unable to bear it. "Don't tell me those arms can also release those storms?" "Bingo! Bastard!" Shutra laughed sinisterly. He raised all 6 arms above his head, and a more violent storm than before condensed on each of his wrists. "If you understand, then die obediently. You bastard!" As soon as he finished his words, he swung all 6 of his wrists down. The deadly storm tore apart all the buildings in front of him and sliced them into pieces. Then, with a sharp buzzing sound, the storm crashed into the lion's gold. Boom! The next moment, a ball of fire exploded in the sky like a large firework, blooming under the dark clouds. Ha! Seeing that his attack had blocked the lion's gold, Shutra regained the confidence he lost due to the lion's gold's power. He laughed arrogantly as if he wanted to regain his dignity. "So what if you're a primogenitor?" A mere familiar of a primogenitor is nothing but a worm in front of my shattering mist axe, bastard. Is that so? While Shutla was laughing hysterically, a lazy voice rang out from behind him, accompanied by a series of electric sounds and dazzling golden lightning. The wild smile on Shutra's face froze, and a chill ran down his spine. Gu Cheng raised his fist and roared as he looked at Sula, who had his back facing him. His fist was flashing with lightning as he roared. Have a taste of a primogenitor's fist. Tang Walin stomped his foot on the ground, and his fist, which was wrapped in golden lightning, smashed heavily into Sutra's back. It's over. Shutla. Bam! A muffled thump rang out as a burst of sharp pain erupted from his back. Bursts of violent golden lightning surged through his body at a rate of over 1,000 times per second, crashing relentlessly into his seemingly frail body. His body bent at an unnatural angle, and Shutla was sent flying. He slammed into the wall of a concrete building and sank into it. He didn't crawl out. Phew! Gu Cheng slowly retracted his fist and looked at the sunken wall. He sighed in exhaustion. Senpai! It was at this moment that Yukaina, who was holding a frost wolf in one hand and a person in the other, leaped to Koju's side. The person in her hand was the fainted Giliola. Are you done with your side? Yukaina. Ah! Yukaina smiled and nodded as she tossed Giriola to the ground. The most terrifying thing about Giriora's familiars was that they could control the minds of others. However, such familiars were completely useless against the frost wolves that could nullify magic. On the other hand, Giriora's other familiar, the venomous hornets, relied on their numbers to gain victory. They were also useless against the agile swordsman. Without the help of familiars, Vatler is no match for Yukaina. It's only a matter of time before Giriola loses. Bang! Boom! At the same time, a ball of fire and a powerful shockwave erupted from the top of the other two buildings. The two explosions echoed in the cloudy sky. Koju and Yukaina finally saw what was going on when the flames and shockwaves dissipated. At the top of the two buildings, Vatler was wearing a white western suit and Kotori was wearing a feather dress. One had a dragon-shaped familiar circling around him, while the other was bathed in flames. In front of Kotori and Vatler were the charred Chiliga and Brooder, who was covered in wounds and had his armor shattered. Kotori and Vatler's battle is over. Apart from Immortal Mua Yi, all the prisoners of the prison barrier had been defeated. Seeing this scene, Natsuki, who had been confronting Sendoki, I couldn't help but reveal a smile. She looked at the expressionless long-haired girl in kimono standing on top of the opposite building. Now, you're the only one left, Ayi. For a moment, a look of pity appeared on Na Yu's face. Give up. You won't succeed, is that so? Unfortunately, I didn't even look at her companion's defeat. She wasn't shaken by the fact that she's about to face a group of powerful enemies. Instead, she smiled. Seeing the smile on Immortal Capital Muaye's face, Natsuki suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 992. Nayu frowned as she looked at the smiling Shindu Muayi from afar. Natsuki and I used to be good friends who trusted each other 10 years ago. Even though the confrontation in front of them made it hard to imagine how good their relationship was back then, it was still a fact. Nayu understood Ayi very well, just like how Ayi understood Nayu. Therefore, Nayu knew that with Ayi's personality, even if the witch herself was a deceiving existence, this kind of behavior would not be a bluff. Flames, lightning, an afterimage, and a golden mist appeared behind Natsuki. They formed Kotori, Koju, Yukaina, and Vatler. Natsuki-chan, Minamiya-sensei. Koju and Yukaina came to Natsuki's side. They looked at Sendoku-ai with Natsuki. Kotori quietly returned to Wu Yan's side. She maintained her fairy form and retracted her flames. Kotori looked straight ahead. She didn't look at Wu Yan. Aren't we going to capture her? They might not be as strong as Wu Yan and Yukaina-ai, but the 5 prison barrier criminals are strong. They're much stronger than normal prison barrier criminals. With the strength of these 5 prison barrier criminals, the 5 of them would definitely be able to defeat them. She should be the strongest existence in the prison barrier formation. In other words, if he could take down all 5 of them, the release of the prison barrier wouldn't be too much of a surprise. Now that Sutra, Gigliola, Chilica, and Brooder have been defeated, Fairy Mui Ai is the only one left. If he took her down, this incident would basically be over. Wu Yen knew what coterie meant, but both he and coterie have a feeling. Things aren't going to end so easily. Natsuki, Yukaina, and Koju have the same feeling. There's one as well. Only Vatler. He's still the same. You're not going to make a move? Vatler raised an eyebrow. He closed his eyes and smiled. Although I've already enjoyed myself to my heart's content, it's still possible for me to take action. Natsuki glanced at Vatler. She ignored him. His gaze swept forward. What on earth are you scheming? You still haven't noticed? Immortal Muayi chuckled. It was unknown if he was regretting that the tacit understanding between him and Natsuki was not as good as he had imagined, or if he was making fun of Natsuki's lack of intelligence. Did you think that I would come here with my men without any preparations and fight with you openly? Or do you think I'm just standing here waiting for those guys to lose? Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Yi smiled happily. My name is Xian Du Muayi. She is known as the Witch of the Secretary. Hearing this, Natsuki seemed to understand something and her body trembled. Yi, could it be that you, a book that records the knowledge and incantations related to magic, allowing you to gain power? This is a magic grimoire. Immortal City Muayi raised his head and met Natsuki's eyes. As for me, I have the ability to recreate the magic and curses contained in the grimoire through writing. That's why I'm known as the Witch Secretary. Natsuki, the time you've given me is more than enough. As soon as his voice fell, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became strange. It was as if the color of the world had changed. The originally violent air seemed to have a sticky touch. At this moment, even gravity seemed to have changed. The atmosphere became heavy. Mysterious words glowed with golden light and released powerful magic waves. They lit up on the roof of the building where Wu Yen and the others were standing. Everyone was shocked. They instinctively took a few steps back and looked around at the small words that covered the entire apartment. Their nerves tensed up. This is... Natsuki carefully observed the words filled with magic. Her expression finally changed. Number 014's magic rune. She abruptly raised her head and looked at the smiling Yi. Her eyes gradually narrowed and her expression darkened. You still haven't given up on taking my memories. I've said it before, I'm only taking back what originally belonged to me. Yi withdrew the smile on his face and calmly waved his hand. Give me back the Dark Oath scroll, Natsuki. Natsuki pursed her lips and fell silent. Minamiya-sensei. Yukaina clenched her teeth, raised her Snowfrost Wolf, and stabbed it into the ground. A ripple spread out like a wave, destroying all the runes around her. But before Yukaina could breathe a sigh of relief, the destroyed runes appeared once again with a surge of mana. How can this be? Yukaina cried out. It's useless, transfer student. Natsuki shook her head without looking back. Yi has already set up magic runes in the entire apartment. Unless you can instantly remove all the magic runes with Yi's ability, he will only need to use a bit of mana to recreate a portion of the magic runes that have already been written once. Then, Koju's expression hardened. He raised his pitch-black hand covered in red lines. Destroy the whole apartment. That won't work, right? This time it was Kotori who spoke. She looked at the floating runes and said expressionlessly. These runes seem to have been carved directly into the space. Even if you destroy the entire apartment, you won't be able to save Natsuki. As expected of a witch who specializes in spatial manipulation, damn it. After hearing Kotori's words, Koju aimed his hand at Yi. It was obvious that he was going to take down Yi before the magic runes took effect. Unfortunately, Kotori poured a bucket of cold water on him. Give up, Akatsuki. With that woman's spatial manipulation, who knows where she'll teleport to before your familiar hits her? Then what do you think we should do? Koju shouted angrily. This won't work, that won't work. Are they supposed to just watch as Natsuki's memories are taken away? That girl is right, fourth primogenitor. Yi glanced at Koju. I think you should just give up. These runes are directed at Natsuki herself. Even if Natsuki escapes from Itagami Island, or if you guys use that dagger from last time, you won't be able to stop it when the entire space around you has turned into a grimoire. You guys are out of options. Unlike last time, Yi didn't need to take away Nayu's time this time. He only needed to take away her memories. Since even the space had turned into a grimoire and was directly targeting Nayu, unless he stuck the rune of breaking all laws on Nayu's head, he couldn't stop it. However, with a dagger in her head, even if it's the most common dagger, Natsuki's death is certain. It was also because of this that Yi could stand there calmly. In her opinion, although she had lost the battle, she had achieved her goal. Kotori chuckled at Ye's words. Who told you we're out of options? Ye's pupils contracted. Natsuki, Koju, Yukaina, and the others were stunned. Everyone on your side has made their appearance, right? Kotori's lips curled up. But our general hasn't made his appearance yet. Everyone present was stunned for a moment, but they immediately understood what Kotori meant. Their expressions changed. Ping! At this moment, a magical wave as scorching as magma erupted without the slightest warning. Like a flash of light at dawn, it instantly illuminated every corner of the space. Wow! Yi was startled. She could feel that her magic runes were starting to tremble under the sweep of this magic power. This is something that has never happened before. Ye's pupils dilated as she sensed the runes. For a moment, she fell into a daze. Before Immortal City Yi could recover from his shock, a flame suddenly ignited in front of him amidst the storm-like magic waves. The flame was pure white in color. As the white flame ignited, it was as if something had been detonated at the scene, causing a sea of white flames to erupt. A soft voice reverberated in everyone's ears, Descend. Chapter 993. Descend. The extremely soft call reverberated clearly in the surrounding space, rising and falling like an echo, drifting in all directions. Under this echo-like call, the white flame seemed to have been injected with something to ignite it. With a whistling sound, it swelled up. Thump thump. With a sound similar to a heartbeat, the white flame was like an erupting volcano. With a muffled sound, it suddenly spread out. In just an instant, in everyone's vision, there was only a burning white sea of fire left. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with white flames. White flames. A circular spatial barrier appeared around Yi, as if she was trying to protect herself from the white flames. However, when the white flames burned around her, they seemed to have a mind of their own and separated to the left and right. They didn't even touch Yi, causing her to be stunned on the spot. It's that flame. Koju was shocked when he saw the white flames. He recalled the first time he met Wu Yen. At that time, the familiar in his body suddenly went berserk. Even the lion's gold came running out on its own. Koju thought Itagami Island would be destroyed because of him and fell into despair. However, the white flames in front of him incinerated his lion's gold in an instant. Now, the owner of the white flames is about to appear. Koju and Yukaina, who had a deep impression of the white flames, widened their eyes in shock, even though the light from the white flames made their eyes hurt. They didn't want to look away. Vatler was the same as Koju and Yukaina. It's that familiar. Masai's eyes were filled with excitement, and Vatler's face was filled with a crazed desire to fight. After all, the first time he came to Itagami Island, he was defeated by a familiar with white flames. Natsuki and Kotori stared at the center of the white flames. They didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with different emotions. Natsuki is looking forward to it. She can't wait for Wu Yen to turn the tide and save her once again. Kotori is happy. She's happy for no reason. As a fire spirit, Kotori loves to see Wu Yen use his fire abilities. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Wu Yen opened his eyes in the center of the white flames. He raised his arm with red veins. Powerful magical energy rose from his body like a tidal wave, accompanied by a bloody mist. Come. White dragon's burning flame. Heaven and earth. Everything went silent. The white flames retracted and returned to Wu Yan's side in the blink of an eye. Then, it combined with the rising demonic power and blood mist, and with a swirl, it condensed into a figure. It's a dragon standing on 2 feet. The white flames were fluttering like fluff. The dragon's entire body was white, and between its eyebrows, there were 2 long whiskers and ribbons that seemed to be condensed from flames. They fluttered up and down under the influence of the white flames, looking elegant and free. White wings spread out on both sides of its body. There was a pair of sharp dragon claws attached to the wings. Like the flame-like object floating between its eyebrows, its tail, which was much larger in size, swayed back and forth, swaying along with the white flames. Every time it swayed back and forth, it stirred up a wave of white flame ripples, which swept across the white dragon's body and its eyes, setting off the pair of azure eyes. It's a completely different familiar from the black dragon's lightning trap. If the black dragon's lightning trap is the ruler of the earth, then the white dragon's burning flame is the ruler of the earth. It's a god that descended from the heavens. Dignified, yet incomparably elegant. Looking at the godlike white dragon, everyone was in a daze, including Vatler, who had already seen it once. So beautiful. Yukaina was at a loss for words. She could only use the word beautiful to describe her feelings. Is that the familiar controlling the flames? Natsuki and Kotori focused their attention on the situation. It finally appeared again. Vatler resisted the urge to charge and fight the white dragon's burning flame. He clenched his fists. He didn't even care that his fingernails were bleeding. Stop joking around. Koju grimaced. His body was trembling when he tried to suppress a berserk familiar. Do you have to go berserk every time that vampire teacher releases a familiar? Koju gritted his teeth. Koju wasn't the only one, I was as well. The immortal city Mu Yi had already felt threatened by the white dragon burning flame. Who the hell is he? Why does he have a familiar like this? Such a powerful familiar. I had a feeling she had to stop Wu Yen from doing what he wanted to do. However, the white flames around I stopped her from acting rashly. She could only spit out resentful breaths. Previously, Yi had been plotting how to escape from the prison barrier, plotting how to plot against Na Yu, and even after escaping from the prison barrier, he was still plotting how to seize Na Yu's memories. Of all her calculations, she missed out on Wu Yen. He was able to set up a barrier that trapped all the criminals in the prison barrier. He was also able to steal Natsuki's memories. How can this man be a normal person? She was too careless. Moreover, it was very likely that this time, he would fall because of his own carelessness. Oh, under Ice's resentful gaze, the white dragon's burning flame raised its head and let out a long dragon roar. Pung! As if it had received a summons, the ground within 100 meters immediately cracked open. Then, white pillars of fire erupted from the cracks on the ground. Whoosh! In just a few seconds, the white pillar of fire filled the entire space. As it whistled, it suddenly scattered and exploded into wisps of fire that sprinkled on the magic runes. Then, it fiercely burned them. That's right, runes. Burning. Impossible! I cried out in disbelief. Impossible! How could magic runes that were directly engraved in space burn? Could it be that the flames can burn space? No, you're wrong. A ghostly voice resounded from the center of the distant flames. The white dragon's burning flame doesn't burn space. It burns time. That's right. The white dragon's flames can't burn anything. The only thing it can burn is time. Therefore, the rune's time was burned away by the white flames. Naturally, they couldn't exist anymore. The white dragon burns time. The black dragon shatters space. This was the power of the black dragon and white dragon. At the same time, the white flames around Aye's body, under the control of the white dragon, pounced on the space barrier protecting Aye and burned the space barrier into nothingness. Bang! With a crisp sound, the space barrier shattered. The white flames immediately pounced on Aye. I looked at the incoming white flames in despair. She closed her eyes and waited for death to come. However, the flames suddenly stopped in the air and no longer pounced on Aye. Instead, a palm strike landed on Aye's neck. With a muffled groan, Ice consciousness gradually faded away. She slowly fell to the ground. In her hand she was still holding number 014. She opened her eyes with great difficulty and looked at number 014 in her hand. Her heart was filled with unwillingness. Is this the end? With this unwillingness, Yi closed his eyes. Finally, his consciousness completely faded away. Wu, the slowly burning white flames within 100-meter radius slowly faded away with another dragon roar. Together with the elegant white dragon, they disappeared from this world. Natsuki and Wu Yan stood side by side in front of Ai. Natsuki bent down and picked up number 14. At this moment, ding! Character Natsuki Nangong's abnormal status has been removed. Yao Beast Mark has been activated. Vassal Beast transformation has begun. Ding! Obtained Vassal Beast, which avoid. Natsuki's expression changed when she sensed the changes in her body. Her petite body turned into specks of black light and floated into Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan smiled helplessly when he sensed a familiar presence in his body. Chapter 994. The sky was emitting white and blue light. Thick white clouds were floating in the sky. The sun, which had not been seen for a long time, reappeared here. Together with rays of light and heat, the sun shone on the blue ocean and the artificial island that was glowing with vitality. In the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed since the prison barrier was liberated and all the prisoners escaped. It's a miracle that even the heavens are paying attention to the situation on Itagami Island. 5 days ago, ever since the prison barrier was liberated, the sky above Itagami Island has been covered by dark clouds, giving off a heavy feeling. 5 days later, the sky seemed to have sensed the change in Itagami Island. The gloomy sky that lasted for 5 days finally dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Along with it came the dark clouds that covered the entire sky. At the same time, a glass-like barrier appeared around Itagami Island without any warning. This is the barrier that protected Itagami Island for the past 5 days. After 5 days of uninterrupted protection, the barrier that trapped all the criminals in the prison barrier finally seemed to have died of old age. It had perfectly completed its mission. Amidst a series of kacha-kacha sounds, it shattered into pieces that filled the sky. Some of them sank into the sea while some of them floated into the sky. Then they disappeared. Itagami Island is as calm as ever. At the northern edge of Itagami Island, the top of the ancient island that originally housed the prison barrier, Templar Castle, is currently bustling with activity. The scene is quite strange. On the desolate ancient island, there are people lying down or sitting on the ground. Their eyes are closed, there are some injuries on their bodies. Their breathing is steady, it's obvious that they are all in a deep sleep. Or rather, they are all in a deep sleep. They have all been hypnotized into a deep slumber. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover traces of murderous aura and ominous aura faintly reverberating from these people, telling others that they were not good people. Along with the murderous aura and ominous aura, there were also some powerful auras, proving what kind of strength these people who had fallen into a deep slumber possessed. These are the prisoners that caused quite a bit of trouble for Itagami Island over the past 5 days. 5 days have passed and the barrier's duration is about to end. If they still can't catch all the escaped criminals, that would be a real problem. Luckily, the Special Administrative Regions Police Force and Wu Yan's group worked hard to catch all of them. All the prisoners have been captured. That's why Wu Yan and Natsuki brought all the prisoners here today to build a new prison barrier and lock them up again. Sweeping across the top of the ancient island, one could see that the Templar castle that had collapsed into ruins, which was the original prison barrier, was no longer there. The collapsed rocks and dust on the ground were all cleaned up. All that was left was a bare, empty space. There was no trace of the prison barrier of the past. Wu Yan stood in front of the empty space, quietly watching Yukaina, who is busy with something. Yukaina is standing next to him, wearing a black Gothic lace dress and holding a parasol. Natsuki has returned to her original appearance. Kodori and Koju are guarding the prison barrier. Nagisa and Kanon are staying at home. Yukaina used her Snowfrost Wolf to draw something on the map. She sprinkled all sorts of ores, and mineral water on the map. Natsuki glanced at Wu Yen when she saw Yukaina sweating profusely. Your student is so busy she's about to get a heat stroke and you're just standing there watching. You're worse than I thought. You're a person who always orders your students to do missions for you. What right do you have to criticize me? Wu Yen retorted. Besides, Yukaina was the one who asked for it. It's not like I didn't want to help. Are you still trying to find excuses for yourself? Natsuki narrowed her eyes. Aren't you a little too ugly? I say, Natsuki. Wu Yen sighed and shook his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is it so hard to become my familiar? Do you have to keep burying me? Natsuki raised her chin and looked at Wu Yen. Then tell me what you did to me. How did I become your familiar? I've heard of familiars living in human form, but I've never heard of a human turning into a familiar. How did you do it? Even if you ask me. Wu Yen rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly. I don't know how I should explain it to you. Natsuki stared at Wu Yen with her big, expressive eyes. Wu Yen felt a little guilty under her stare. She snorted and turned her head away. Forget it, do whatever you want. Wu Yen asked cautiously when he saw Natsuki's expressionless face. Natsuki, are you angry? Not yet. Natsuki didn't even turn her head. But if you don't want to find a time to explain it to me, I don't know. Wu Yen sighed in relief when he heard Natsuki. He nodded. Don't worry, I'll explain it to you when I have the chance. Wu Yen asked in confusion. By the way, you said there are familiars in human form in this world, right? Is there really such a thing? Well, who knows? Natsuki looked at Koju, who was yawning not far away. Wu Yan's eyes lit up as he started thinking about something. Sensei. Yukaina ran to Wu Yen and Natsuki with her frost wolf. She wiped the sweat off her forehead. Is everything ready? He handed a bottle of water and a handkerchief to Yukaina. Yukaina accepted the bottle and the handkerchief and nodded. Everything has been prepared according to your instructions. Good. Wu Yen patted Yukaina's shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. Not really. Yukaina shook her head. This kind of work is much easier compared to the time when I was monitoring senior. Koju, who was yawning, almost fell to the ground when he heard Yukaina's words. Wu Yen smiled sheepishly. Anyways, thank you for your hard work. Wu Yen looked at the empty space in front of them. He walked up to it. Yukaina stood beside Natsuki. She and Natsuki stared at Wu Yen. Ripples appeared in their eyes. They're both curious. They're curious about what Wu Yen will do. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Wu Yen walked to the edge of a large diagram drawn by Yukaina. He knelt down on one knee and he slowly placed his hand on the diagram. Tartarus prison. This is what Wu Yen used to replace the prison barrier. In ancient Greek mythology, after Zeus, the king of the gods, overthrew the rule of his father, Uranus, he imprisoned the defeated titans who served Uranus in a prison in the underground world. That prison is called Tartarus. Legend had it that Tartarus had doors, windows, and walls that even the titans could not destroy. It also had an automatic guard effect. Even the gods would not be able to escape if they were locked inside. Wu Yen didn't know if the prison of Tartarus could imprison a real god, but if it's used to imprison criminals, even Vatler wouldn't be able to get out of this place. Wu Yen channeled his mana into the diagram in front of him at an unimaginable speed. Ancient runes came out of his mouth one after another. Soon, the diagram in front of him lit up. It was a magic array so complicated that just looking at it would give anyone a headache. The light on the magic array grew brighter and brighter. In the end, the surging magic fluctuations carried the majestic light and soared into the sky. 1. With a soft sound, the ground started to shake. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, a bronze prison that was several times larger than the Templar castle slowly floated up from the ground within the magic circle. This is the prison of Tartarus. Chapter 995. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Wu Yan looked down at the students who are slowly entering the school and going to school as per normal. He chuckled and he turned around to look behind him. Thank you for your help this time. It's my pleasure to be of help to you. The one who said this was an intellectual girl with 2 braids in front of her and a pair of glasses on her face. She was the Lion King organization's 3rd saint, Xian Gaiyong herself. At this moment, Komi is staring at Wu Yan with her eyes hidden under her spectacles. It seems like you've already accomplished what you wanted to do, you can say that. Wu Yan replied calmly, but he didn't say anything else. He did not dare to look down on the girl in front of him just because she was so young. The 3 saints of the Lion King organization, to be able to sit in this position, even if they were young, their wisdom would definitely be at the level of an old fox. He did not want to be dragged into the other party's rhythm, so it was better to be perfunctory. Xian Gaiyong glanced at the area in front of her as if she can see through his thoughts. She pondered for a moment before speaking. Most of the residents of Itagami Island have returned to the island. Only a small portion of the higher-ups of Itagami Island know about the prison barrier being released. The rest are investigating the reason behind the chaos on Itagami Island. However, I think they'll give up soon. Hearing this, Wu Yan raised his head and looked at Xian Gaiyong meaningfully. The reason Natsuki hibernated in the prison barrier was to pay the price of signing a contract with the devil. However, since she knows about the contract, why would she want to sign a contract with the devil if she has to pay a huge price to obtain power? Is it because Natsuki craves power? Or is it because she doesn't mind paying a small price compared to power? None of the above. Natsuki is a natural-born succubus. When she was born, when she had just arrived in this world, she had already become a witch. Why would a newborn sign a contract with the devil? Natsuki didn't become a succubus of her own volition. She's a tool created by the management of Itagami Island. She was designed to be the manager of the prison barrier. She's a pure-blooded succubus whose soul was stolen at birth. Her fate wasn't decided by her own volition. That's what Natsuki is all about. That's why Xian Gaiyong said those words in a roundabout way. She's hinting to Wu Yan that the people who designed Natsuki don't know the truth about the prison barrier being released is because Natsuki was saved. If the people who plotted against Natsuki knew that Natsuki had awoken from her eternal curse and freed the prison barrier, then they would be able to escape. Even if Wu Yan isn't afraid, there will be trouble. Obviously, since those people were able to design the manager of the prison barrier, their status was definitely not low. With their status, it was impossible for them not to know the truth behind the prison barrier being released. But now, Xian Gaiyong said that apart from a very small number of people, the rest of the people were still investigating the truth of the matter. It's obvious that the truth should have been easy to get. Since they're still investigating, there must be someone behind this. As for who the culprit is, there's no need to confirm it after hearing Xian Gaiyong's words. Moreover, they have the power to stop those with a high status. Only someone with a similarly high status would be able to do such a thing. Xian Gaiyong is trying to get on his good side. But why? Is it because he's a primogenitor? Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind in a second. On the surface, Wu Yan only paused for a second before looking at Xian Gaiyong. I will remember. Wu Yan walked past Koyong and headed for the exit of the rooftop. Lastly, can I ask you a question? Just as Wu Yan was about to step out of the rooftop, Koyomi's voice rang in his ears. What do you think of the current situation? Pausing for a second, Wu Yan's lips curled into a smile. He walked out of the rooftop, leaving behind a sentence that echoed in Xian Gaiyong's ears. I don't know. Anyway, I have no interest in building an empire of the night or leading the vampires. Wu Yan's figure and his footsteps gradually faded away. Xian Gaiyong quietly looked down at the campus below, watching the students chatting and laughing as they walked together. After a long while, he sighed. What a cunning primogenite. Walking down the stairs of the high school section's rooftop, Wu Yan's mind rang with a series of system notifications. Ding! Mission 3 completed. Obtained 30,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Instance world, Bloodlust Rampage Instance World Mission, Redemption Mission 1. Become an attack magician in Itagami City. Completed. Reward: 5,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Mission 2. Stop the Ascension Ritual and save the fake angel. Kanase Natsuin. Completed. Reward: 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Mission 3. Find out the secret behind Natsuki Minamiya and deal with it. Completed. Reward: 30,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Character: Wu Yen. Equipment points: 47170 item points, 1305000 ability points, 46,000 summoning points, 47300 level, 80. Ding. Instance World Mission completed. User can now choose to leave the current instance world at any time. Instance World Mission is now open to user. Entering Bloodlust Rampage World again. System will no longer issue Instance World Mission. User can now enter and exit Bloodlust Rampage World at will. Finally, all 3 Instance World missions are completed. Wu Yen took in a deep breath of fresh air as he listened to the notification in his mind. He remembered the reason he came to this world was to summon his own familiar. He didn't want the bloodline ability he awakened to become useless. However, he did not expect that so many things had happened in the past month or so since he had arrived in this world. Compared to a month ago, he only had Kotori by his side. Now, not only did he have 2 powerful familiars, he even turned 2 young girls into his familiars. In addition to the Nalacuvula incident, the fake angel incident, and the prison barrier incident, Wu Yen felt like he's been in this world for a long time now. I wonder how Chuju, Mikoto, and the others are doing in the Spalier world. How are my sisters doing? I'm starting to miss them. Was it time to go back? Wu Yen was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice a petite figure blocking his path. As a middle school teacher, what are you doing on the rooftop of a high school building? The sudden voice startled Wu Yen, who was in a daze. At the same time, it also woke him up from his stupor. He reflexively looked in front of him, and when he saw the doll-like face staring at him with an expressionless face, he helplessly sighed. Oh, it's Natsuki. Wu Yen shook his head and chuckled. Don't scare me, okay? You can scare me to death. I've been standing here since the beginning. You're the one who walked right into me. Natsuki put her hands on her hips with a mischievous smile on her face. Judging from your state of mind, something interesting must have happened on the rooftop. Are you no longer interested in the middle school students and are now eyeing the high school students? What are you talking about? Wu Yen rolled his eyes. What do you mean by eyeing the high school students? I was just thinking about something. Thinking about something? Wu Yen nodded. He looked at Natsuki's confused expression and pondered for a moment. He seemed to have made a decision and held her hand. It's good that you're here. It's time to talk to you about something. Oh. Natsuki glanced at Wu Yen. She seemed to know what Wu Yen was going to talk about, so she didn't object to it. Instead, she said something. Before that, let go of my hand. Don't tell me you are shy? Anyway, let go of my hand. You paused for a moment, right? That's right? You must be, right? You. Chapter 996. Itagami Island, Southern Residential District, Room 703. Wu Yen and Kotori sat on the same sofa as Natsuki and Kanon. Wu Yen and Kotori exchanged glances when they saw the troubled looks on the 2 girls' faces. They didn't say anything as they waited for the girls to digest everything they just told them. Due to their silence, the atmosphere in the living room is heavy. Natsuki raised her head and looked at Wu Yen and Kotori. In other words, the 2 of you aren't actually from this world, but from another world with the help of a very magical system, right? Yes. It might be difficult for you to understand the specifics since you haven't been summoned, but that's the gist of it. Kotori was the one who answered Natsuki. It was rare for her to be so serious at a time like this. In short, we're not from this world, that much is undeniable. He's not from this world. Kanon looked at Wu Yen with an uneasy expression. Then, Sensei and Kotori-chan, will you leave this world one day? The room went silent for 2 to 3 seconds. Natsuki lowered her head for a moment before looking up again. Her gem-like eyes stared at the two in front of her. You chose to tell me everything now, does that mean? Soon you will leave this world, right? Kanon's heart skipped a beat when she heard Natsuki's words. Her green eyes flashed with sadness. Kotori bitterly smiled. Wu Yen panicked as well. He quickly shook his head and waved his hands. That's right, but I will bring you two with me when the time comes. After all, you are my familiars. Hearing this, the sadness in Kanon's eyes disappeared. She lit up. A beautiful smile appeared on her face, and even Na-Yu's expression became a lot better. Neither Natsuki nor Kanon felt a sense of belonging to Itagami Island, especially Kanon. Natsuki is a witch designed by the island's management. How could she have any positive thoughts about Itagami Island? Natsuki only cared about her students on Itagami Island. The reason why she fought against a Yi 10 years ago was to protect her classmates who were still students at that time. For so many years, they had been guarding this island only because the people that Natsuki cared about were on the island. She doesn't care about Itagami Island. Also, Wu Yen did say that the moment he leaves this world, time will stop flowing. Natsuki didn't really believe that such a ridiculous thing would happen, but if that's the case, then she can rest assured that she can follow Wu Yen. She didn't want to abandon her students, nor did she want her career as a teacher to end here. As for Kanon, she will follow wherever Wu Yen and the others go. She decided to follow them when Wu Yen acknowledged her as his family. Becoming your familiar sure is troublesome. Natsuki pointed her fan at Wu Yan's nose. She had a serious look on her face as she said this. That's how it is for us, but don't you have a middle schooler girlfriend? How is she going to solve this? Nagisa. Wu Yen and Kotori furrowed their brows. Aren't you going to explain it to her? Natsuki asked expressionlessly. Wu Yen smiled bitterly. Forget it. If I tell her, it will only add to her troubles. Anyway, the time in this world will stop. It doesn't matter. Are you sure you want to do this? Natsuki, Kanon, and even Kotori looked at Wu Yen with a serious expression. You have to think this through. Natsuki said. It's best if you don't brush her off. Kotori glanced at Wu Yen. A girl's heart can be unpredictable. What are you talking about? Wu Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Kanon looked at Wu Yen and said something. Sensei, if Nagisa-chan finds out that you left her out of such an important matter, she'll be very sad. Wu Yen was stunned. Indeed, with Nagisa's personality, it's not impossible. Wu Yen felt a headache coming on. Then what do you guys think we should do? Should we tell her? With Nagisa's personality, she'll definitely ask to leave with us. Nagisa was a very innocent girl. She followed her heart, unlike Natsuki, who had to consider her students and her job. Even if she had a brother at home, once she set her mind on something, she would still carry it out. If Nagisa knew they were going to leave this world, even if she knew the time flow of this world was going to stop, she wouldn't be able to think rationally. She knew she couldn't bear to see Wu Yen leave. Under such circumstances, it wasn't strange for them to suggest leaving together. But Nagisa is just a normal, innocent girl. Is it appropriate for her to leave the Spalier world? That's why Wu Yen didn't want to explain to Nagisa. But now, it seems that not even explaining is a problem. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. For a moment, they felt helpless. Natsuki said casually as she patted the lace fan in her hand. Don't you have the ability to turn people into familiars? If you turn that middle schooler into a familiar as well, it shouldn't be a big deal to bring her along, right? It's not that easy. Wu Yen sighed. Didn't I already explain it to you guys? The reason I can turn you guys into familiars is because our minds and bodies are compatible. You guys also meet the requirements of the Yao Beast mark. That's why I can turn you guys into familiars. But what do you mean by mental and physical compatibility? What do you mean by compatible? How are we supposed to turn you guys into familiars? That's a new problem. Kodori bit her lollipop impatiently. Can we come to a conclusion at this rate? Natsuki narrowed her eyes. She seemed to be thinking about something. Then she looked at Kanon. Kanase Natsuin, you said that the reason you were able to stay in this world as a fake angel was because Yen modified your runes and provided you with magical power, right? Kanase Kanon was taken aback for a moment before nodding. Natsuki fell into deep thought. It's also because Yen took away my demon contract and provided me with mana. That's why I'm able to continue using the witch's abilities. Do you guys think that the so-called compatibility between our bodies is similar to this? Everyone was stunned for a moment before their eyes lit up at the same time. That's very likely. Kodori removed the jewel from her mouth. Her expression tensed up. That's the similarity between the two of you. It's very likely. What about mental compatibility? Wu Yen quickly asked. How was your mental state back then? Kanon blinked her eyes. She blushed when she saw Wu Yan's expectant expression. She lowered her head and she started bashfully. I don't know. At that time, I was returning to my angelic form. I felt Sensei's mana flowing into my body. At that time. I really miss Sensei. Missed? Wu Yen and Kodori asked in confusion. They looked at Kanon before looking at Natsuki. What about you? Wu Yen and Kodori saw the panic in Natsuki's eyes. She turned her head away in a fluster and she didn't say anything else. Kodori chuckled when she saw this. She propped her face up with one hand. You said you missed him. I think the so-called mental compatibility between the two of you might mean that your feelings for Oniai-san reached a certain height at some point in time. Ha! Wu Yen opened his mouth. He said with a hint of resentment. That can't be. His question was answered by an amused expression, a shy expression, and an expression that was glaring at him. At this point, if Wu Yen still doesn't get it, he might as well find a horse to kick him to death. He bitterly laughed, but he quickly regained his smile. If that's the case, it might be possible to turn Nagisa into a familiar. Chapter 997. Early morning. The clouds gradually turned white, and the sky gradually turned blue. The golden brilliance gradually turned the earth green, bringing with it a trace of vitality, giving the world a color. There's still some coolness in the air, keeping Itagami Island's morning from being too hot. However, this coolness will fade soon enough and the sun will return to the land once again. One has to admit that the temperature on Itagami Island is torture. Before daybreak and the temperature remained cool, Nagisa had already opened her sleepy eyes. She patted her cheeks and pulled herself together. Then she stretched herself and got up from the bed. Her eyes blinked as she regained her energy. She seems to be able to control the color of the world. Nagisa is still wearing a short-sleeved pajama top and shorts. She doesn't seem to have any intention of changing. She opened the door and walked out. This is Nagisa's daily routine. Compared to her older brother who sleeps late, Nagisa wakes up early in the morning. She's a clean freak, so she has to clean the house, make breakfast, change her clothes and wake Koju up. Compared to the two true ancestors, Nagisa's life was much more regulated. Plus, she has a cheerful face and personality. Koju is very lucky to have a sister like her. It's no wonder he's willing to become a siscon. Of course, Nagisa wakes up early. Naturally, she would complain about her brother who was sleeping in every day. Seriously, Kojo-kun, I used to like waking up early when I was in middle school. I also like to play basketball early in the morning. I would even go to the basketball club when I was in school. Since I got promoted to high school, I've become lazy. Is it because I don't play basketball anymore? Nagisa yawned and muttered to herself as she walked into the living room in this state. Teacher also seems to like to sleep in, but he's a vampire. It's hard to wake up early in the morning, unlike Kojo-kun. Isn't it good to be energetic? You're like an old man. Fortunately, Guqing was still sleeping after being shot so many times for no reason. Otherwise, even if he woke up, he would have fainted from anger because of his beloved sister's words. He would have fallen asleep again. He's also a vampire. He's the world's strongest vampire. Koju's daily life is a lot worse than Wu Yan's, at least in this place. Nagisa, who was still complaining about her teacher, stepped into the living room and saw the situation in the living room. Her expression froze and her mouth fell open. Yo. Good morning, Nagisa. A voice filled with the radiance of spring rang out from the dining table in front of them. At the same time, it woke up the stunned Nagisa. When Nagisa saw the full face of the person greeting her with a smile on his face, she exclaimed in surprise. Teacher. I see, Nagisa usually wakes up early. Wu Yan smiled warmly at Nagisa's surprised expression. Fortunately, I woke up before dawn. Otherwise, I might have been chased out. Teacher, you. Nagisa opened her mouth and stuttered. She lowered her head and looked at her revealing pajamas. Her face immediately turned red. With a sorrowful cry, Nagisa fled into her room and slammed the door shut. Wu Yan's smile froze on his face. Why are you up so early? Why are you in my house? Are you hungry? But teacher, don't you know how to cook? It's much better than Nagisa's. Nagisa changed into casual clothes and rushed to Wu Yan. She took out her machine gun without hesitation. She almost buried Wu Yan with her words, but anyone could see the joy in her eyes. Maybe for Nagisa, being able to see the person she liked the moment she woke up was something worth celebrating. Wu Yan did plan to celebrate Nagisa. Wu Yan felt better when he saw the joy in Nagisa's eyes. He pulled her to the dining table and sat down. Well, once in a while, I feel like waking up early too. Wu Yan teased Nagisa. For example, making a breakfast filled with love for your girlfriend or something like that. Nagisa only noticed the covered plates on the table when she heard Wu Yan. Thinking back to what Wu Yan just said, Nagisa understood what Wu Yan was trying to say. A faint blush gradually appeared on Nagisa's face, and she lowered her head in embarrassment, but her eyes remained fixed on the plate of food in front of her. Her heart was filled with joy, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Thank you, sensei. What are you thanking me for? Isn't this what I should do? Wu Yan said flirtatiously. He was relieved when he saw Nagisa's happy expression. Waking Nagisa up so early in the morning with the roughest method wasn't a waste of time. Looking at Nagisa, it shouldn't be a problem for her to reach the level of mental compatibility. That's right. The reason Wu Yan woke up so early in the morning was because he wanted Nagisa's mental compatibility with the Yao beast mark. Yesterday, Kotori, Natsuki, and Kanon had analyzed the conditions for activating the demonic beast mark. Finally, there was something different about it. Body compatibility referred to a connection similar to magic power. Mental compatibility refers to raising the target's feelings for him to a certain level. With this initial conjecture, it's possible to turn Nagisa into his familiar. After all, Wu Yan was able to establish a magical connection with Nagisa with the help of the entity that temporarily borrowed Nagisa's body to summon the Yao Sala's azure ice. This is a privilege granted to Wu Yan, the privilege to summon Aokachan no Tsongbing. Now, this privilege is helping Wu Yan out. Now, all he needs to do is to raise Nagisa's feelings for him to a certain level. Then, both physical compatibility and mental compatibility will be met. As for the last condition, the property must meet the requirement. Wu Yan and Ko didn't know what the requirement is, but they have no choice but to bet on Nagisa meeting the requirement. There's only one thing Wu Yan can do. Let Nagisa reach a state of mental compatibility with him. In other words, he needs to stimulate Nagisa's feelings for him. That's why Wu Yan woke up early in the morning to make breakfast with love. Judging from the current situation, the effect seemed to be quite good. Wanting to strike while the iron is hot, Wu Yan opened the plates on the table one by one, exposing the contents of the dishes to Nagisa's gaze. Looking at the dishes on the plate, Nagisa was stunned. At the same time, her face turned even redder than before. That was because the dishes on the plates in front of them, regardless of whether they tasted good or not, the shape of the dishes, love. All of them are love. Teacher. Nagisa couldn't even lift her head. She shouted at Wu Yan in embarrassment, "How could you make such dishes? I'm so sorry. What's wrong? Wu Yan flinched, before lowering his head in disappointment. Nagisa doesn't like it? And no. Nagisa shook her head in a fluster. Her face was red. But what if Gucheng sees this? Don't worry, he won't see. What do you mean? And nothing. Wu Yan smiled sheepishly and passed a pair of chopsticks to Nagisa. Nagisa, have a taste. It's a holiday today, I'll take you out to play later. Nagisa's eyes lit up, her spirits lifted. Then Nagisa, I'm going to eat. Nagisa happily enjoyed Wu Yan's breakfast of love. No one noticed that in Gu Cheng's room, there was a figure tied up on the bed. Chapter 998. Itagami Island, Cornerstone Gate. As the tallest building on the island, Cornerstone Gate is without a doubt the most spectacular attraction in Itagami Island. From the top of the building, one can see the entirety of the island. The lower part of the island is the foundation of the artificial island. The upper part of the island is the center of management of the artificial island. That's not all. Inside the Cornerstone Gate, there are some high-end shops, historical museums, and other similar attractions. Of course, the Cornerstone Gate also has a place for visitors to enjoy the view and sightseeing. That's why visitors from outside of Itagami Island would choose this place as their first stop. Therefore, the Cornerstone Gate isn't just the most important place on the island, it's also the most spectacular attraction on the island. Naturally, this became Wu Yan and Nagisa's first match on their holiday date. Standing at the base of the Cornerstone Gate, Wu Yan looked at the towering Cornerstone Gate that is comparable to the Arena Tower in Silveria World Institute. Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh in awe. It's not that he hasn't been here before, it's just that the number of times he's been here is limited. He's only been here twice, and each time, it wasn't for anything good. The first time he came to the Cornerstone Gate was when the fake angel incident had just started. He was brought here by Natsuki and saw the first fake angel. It was also because of this that he started to complete the second dungeon quest. He formed a bond with Kanon. The second time was to save Natsuki, who had fallen into the devil's curse, which happened about a week ago. He stood on the top of this building and released the Black Dragon's lightning trap to find the location of the prison barrier. He freed Natsuki from the prison. 2 times he came here because of something like this. It's no wonder Wu Yan is so emotional. Fortunately, the 3rd time he came here was for a date with his cute girlfriend. Wu Yan is starting to wonder if he's incompatible with this building. Sensei. Wu Yan felt someone pushing his shoulder. He turned around and saw Nagisa's puffy cheeks. Hey, what are you thinking about? Why didn't you hear me when I called you so many times? Nagisa glared at Wu Yan with her big red eyes. She didn't realize how cute she looks and how much damage she's doing to a certain wolf. Are you thinking about Kotori-chan or Kanon-chan? Or Minamiya-sensei? Nagisa pursed her lips and turned her head away angrily. You're here to have fun with me. Sensei, I hate you. Nope. Wu Yan laughed apologetically and grabbed Nagisa's hand. I'm just thinking about what happened a few days ago. Today belongs to Nagisa, don't worry. Really? Nagisa peeked at Wu Yan. Don't lie to me. I am not lying to you. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw Nagisa's expression. This innocent girl, she was only dragged to his side by Kotori when she was messing around, but she didn't get angry because of his impure relationship with Kotori, nor did she make a fuss because of his ambiguous relationship with Natsuki. Perhaps in her heart she didn't. Her feelings are more important than other people's. She has to follow them. It had to be said that this was a girl that easily made people love and hate her, but she was also very lovable, making it impossible for people to ignore her. Nagisa regained her smile. The 2 of them held hands and entered the cornerstone door together. As they chatted and laughed, they came to the entrance of an exhibition room. This is Wu Yan's destination. Wah! The moment they entered the exhibition room, Nagisa let out an excited cheer. They were surrounded by resplendent golden walls, on which hung paintings that looked a little old but seemed brand new. A large chandelier that occupied the entire ceiling hung from the ceiling. It was also resplendent in gold and jade. Although the lights were not turned on during the day, the golden light on it was still shining brightly, making people not dare to look directly at it. Glass cabinets were placed all around the room. There were all sorts of things in the cabinets. There were artifacts from Itagami Island, a model of the island, things used by famous people, some demon hides, and even fossils of ancient creatures. There were all sorts of things in the cabinets. Nagisa's curiosity is piqued by all these things. That's why Wu Yan brought her here. Of course, this is only one of his goals. Ugh, this is so fun. Nagisa widened her eyes and placed her hands on the glass window. She stared intently at the translucent stone inside. Her eyes were filled with joy and she almost pressed her face against the stone. This place is really interesting. There are a lot of interesting things and they are all very beautiful. It is much more interesting than the museum next door. I have been to the museum next door many times, but I have never been to this place. I never knew that this place was so interesting. Why didn't I discover it before? What a pity. The joy ignited the flame of a chatterbox in Nagisa's heart. Words came out of her mouth like a machine gun. She didn't even take a break in between. It was truly admirable. I can't accept this. Nagisa tilted her head as she jogged to Wu Yan. Nagisa has lived on this island for 4 years, much longer than Sensei. Yet, Sensei was the one who discovered this place. Nagisa is a bit depressed. Is this your first time here? Wu Yan asked Nagisa with a grin. Nagisa pursed her lips in an unsatisfied manner. Yes, Nagisa didn't discover this place before. You don't know about it, right? Using a tone that can easily whet the appetite of others, Wu Yan dragged out his words like he's speaking from the heart. There is something here that is very, very worth seeing. Something worth seeing. Nagisa's interest was piqued. She asked nervously, "What is it? What is it?" Wu Yan snickered. He pulled Nagisa by the hand and they turned around a corner. Then, Nagisa saw a beautiful scenic spot. It was a well and a statue. A statue of a young man hugging an old woman. This is... Nagisa tilted her head in confusion. Compared to the other strange things, this statue is very ordinary. Could it be that this is the thing that is worth seeing? Wu Yan chuckled when he heard the doubt in Nagisa's voice. He pointed at the statue. Nagisa, do you know the relationship between the two people on the statue? Relationship? Nagisa froze and looked at the statue. She glanced at the young man and then at the old woman in his arms. Mother and son? Wu Yan shook his head and he gave an answer that shocked Nagisa. No, they are a couple. Couple? Just as she expected, Nagisa jumped in fright and shook her head vigorously. Impossible. The man is so young and the old woman. Nagisa. Wu Yan tightened his grip on Nagisa's hand as he interrupted her. That seems to be the case, but in fact, the man is older than the other one, huh? Nagisa was stunned. How can that be? How can a young man in his 20s and an old woman in her 70s be a couple? Of course I will. Wu Yan looked at the statue and he replied. That's because the man is a vampire and the old lady is just an ordinary person. Wu Yan smiled warmly when he saw Nagisa's relieved expression. There is a story behind this statue. Do you want to hear it? Story? Nagisa's curiosity was piqued. Chapter 999. As much as she didn't want to admit it, Nagisa loved to listen to stories. After all, Nagisa was only in her 3rd year of middle school. When she was in her 5th year of elementary school, Nagisa was someone who believed in the existence of Santa Claus. Nagisa couldn't hold back her curiosity, so she asked impatiently, What story? What story? Quick, tell me. Wu Yan shook his head with a chuckle. He looked at the statue in front of him. A long time ago, there was a man and a woman like this. The man was very handsome and the woman was very beautiful. When they walked together, it was like they were destined to be together. In the end, when everyone realized what was going on, they had already become a couple that everyone envied. However, the beautiful woman only found out later that the handsome man beside her was actually a vampire, a noble vampire from the warlord domain. The beautiful woman did not question the handsome man's love for her because of this. Under the handsome man's apologetic explanation, she still accepted him as usual. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last. The warlord domain was a battlefield. The ruler of the warlord domain, the first true ancestor, the forgotten warlord, had yet to establish his empire of the night. In order to defeat all the enemies and establish his own empire of the night, the first true ancestor, the forgotten warlord, began to gather his blood-kin subjects. He wanted to break the stalemate of the warlord domain and stabilize his position. As the first true ancestor, the noble blood-kin of the forgotten warlord, the handsome man accepted his king's summons and was about to participate in the war. The envied couple. Instead, they faced the tragic situation of separation. The beautiful woman once again accepted reality. When the handsome man was in pain, she gently understood him, mediated, and forgave him. She made a vow. She will always be here waiting for the return of her lover, and she will never leave. In the end, the handsome man left. He also made a vow to his lover that he would do his best to end the war as soon as possible. Go back to her side. Holding the longing for his lover and the urgency to end the war, the handsome man did his best to end the war as soon as possible. But in the end, the war lasted for 50 years. 50 years. To an ordinary human being, this is already more than half a lifetime. The handsome man regretted it very much. He regretted that he didn't turn his lover into his blood follower before he left so that she would have eternal life. Was his lover still alive? 50 years had passed. Was she still in love with him? Were they still waiting for his return? A handsome man doesn't know, but at least he still loves his lover. When the war ended, the handsome man returned to his lover's place. The scene that appeared in front of him became a scene that he would never forget. 50 years ago, the place where he lived with his lover was completely ruined and turned into an abandoned building. But in this building with incomplete ceilings, his lover was still here. However, 50 years have passed. That beautiful lover of his back then is no longer there. She has become an old man who is lying on a broken bed and is about to die. That's not important. What's important is that the handsome man will never forget that when he stepped into this building and exposed himself to the dying old man, he saw clearly that the old man's wrinkled eyes lit up. Then he smiled and closed his eyes. Once he closed his eyes, the dying old man's eyes never opened again. That weak smile of the dying old man also became an arrow that pierced through the handsome man's heart. Hugging the thin and weak body of his dead lover, the handsome man's tears dried up and he lost his heart. That day, the sky began to rain heavily. Since then, every time the people living nearby passed by here, they would see a handsome young man hugging an old man's body and staying alone in the broken building. He didn't move, as if he had lost his vitality. He didn't eat or drink and just stayed there like that. Out of pity in their hearts, the people who lived nearby dug a well next to the handsome young man. Every day, they would come to the well to feed the handsome young man water. Over time, this became a local habit. Almost everyone who lived there would come here to feed the handsome young man water when they were free. Maintaining this habit, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, who knows how many years later, one day, when a person came here to feed the handsome young man water, he found the handsome young man was gone, and so was the old man in his arms. The only thing left behind was a well used to feed him water and a statue. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief after he finished telling the story of the statue. He had unintentionally heard this story from some of his colleagues who were also attack magic officers. Even though he heard it once, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel melancholy after hearing it again. Wu Yan turned to look at Nagisa. He jumped in fright when he saw her. Her round eyes were filled with tears. Nagisa pouted as if she was being bullied. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What's wrong with you?" Nagisa sniffled and said with tears in her eyes, "I feel so pitiful. Is that so?" Wu Yan chuckled when he heard Nagisa's words. "But did you know? From then on, anyone who had fed that handsome vampire noble with water, whether it was by themselves or the descendants of those who had fed him water, all received a perfect love and lived happily ever after." Nagisa froze. Looking at Nagisa's cute expression, Wu Yan pinched her nose. He held her hand and they walked to the statue and the well. Because of this story, there is a rumor here as well. He took out a wooden bowl from the well and filled it with water. He handed it to Nagisa. As long as you bring your other half here and sprinkle this bowl of water on the statue, the couple will receive the blessings of the handsome young man and beautiful woman and will never be separated. Forever happy, his gentle words reverberated in the silent space. Nagisa's teary eyes turned into a rose-red color. When paired with her big red eyes, she looked like the most beautiful color in the world. Wu Yan and Nagisa's hearts fluttered when they looked at each other. Wu Yan's words echoed in her ears. Nagisa no longer felt any sadness from the beautiful story. Instead, she was overwhelmed with joy. She couldn't react in time and stared blankly at the bowl of water in front of her. Wu Yan grinned as he said this in a serious and playful manner. That's why you have to think this through. If you sprinkle this bowl of water with me, you can only be with me for the rest of your life, never to be separated again. As if awakened, she lifted her head and looked at Wu Yan's face. However, she quickly lowered her red face and fidgeted. After a long time, Nagisa gently reached out and grabbed the bowl. She also grabbed Wu Yan's hand. Carrying the wooden bowl, the two gently sprinkled the water on the statue as if it was a treasure. For a moment, the statue flashed with a wave of light, not sure if it was because of reflection or some other reason. Nagisa held the empty bowl tightly. She stared straight at Wu Yan's smiling face, her heart filled with happiness. Ding! Character, Dawn Nagisa, has fused with the user's body. Mental fusion. Existence meets the conditions to activate Yao Beast Mark. Yao Beast Mark activated. Character, Dawn Nagisa, transformed into a familiar. Chapter 1000. A brilliant aurora-like radiance enveloped the entire space and also the boundless void. The brilliant light was constantly changing its shape and color. It was like an aurora, and also like a rainbow. In the air, time seemed to have come to a complete standstill. Apart from the comfortable sound effect of the twisted aurora, there was nothing else moving in the space. It seemed that apart from light, there was nothing else that could continue to exist in this place. Silence, solitude, emptiness, dullness. This was everything in this world. When Wu Yan opened his eyes, the scene that appeared in front of him startled him to the point that he frowned. This is... He reflexively looked at his own body as if he wanted to confirm if they really exist or not. He searched through the hazy memories in his mind and his face was full of doubt. Why am I here? Furrowing his brows, Wu Yan tried his best to recall the memories that came back to him. He abruptly lifted his head. Nagisa and I went to an exhibition room in the cornerstone gate. Wu Yan looked around. He remembered the last piece of the puzzle. But why am I here? Where is this? Before he appeared here, Wu Yan remembered the last thing he saw was Nagisa glowing coldly. The last thing he heard was a system notification, notifying him that the Yao mark was activated and Nagisa became his familiar. Logically speaking, Nagisa, who had become his familiar, should have returned to his body by now. How did he end up here in the blink of an eye? While he's puzzled, he also raised his guard. He's sure that this isn't a place that he's been to in his memory. This place is strange. It also seemed a little strange, as if it didn't really exist. Teacher! Nagisa's familiar voice sounded beside Wu Yan. Her cheerful tone didn't change, but the anxiety in her voice was clear. Nagisa! Nagisa's voice was heard. Wu Yan turned around and he saw Nagisa hugging his arm tightly. He calmed down when he saw her. Teacher! Nagisa tightened her grip on Wu Yan's arm. She inched closer to Wu Yan in fear. Where is this place? This is my world as well as thy world. At this moment, the space that had originally fallen into a state of time freeze. At the same time, a beautiful and clear voice rang out, as if it had regained its flow, a trace of life had appeared. No, it should be cold air. In the distorted space, a burst of white frost quickly swept over as the beautiful and clear voice reverberated. In an instant, the entire distorted space was covered in ice. Tiny ice crystals the size of flower petals mixed in with the white mist, mixing with the atmosphere. Sharp icicles began to protrude from the ground. They stood upright like thorns, as if they were preventing someone from approaching. Behind the icicles, in the white icy mist, there was a huge figure surrounded by white cold air. Slowly it emerged. Wings like a demon bird, lower limbs like a mermaid, the posture of a queen. It was a vassal beast. Wu Yen had only seen it twice, but he was extremely familiar with it. Enchantress of Ashnice. Wu Yen gasped. Nagisa stared at the Ice Queen with a strange look in her eyes. Her red eyes looked a bit dazed. Wu Yen didn't have time to observe Nagisa's performance because he saw. In the white mist, there was a figure below the Enchantress of Ashnice, a figure about the same size as Nagisa. The owner of the figure had a head of long, pale blonde hair, but that long, straight blonde hair seemed to be able to change into other colors. In the blur, the long blonde hair seemed to be writhing like flames. Every time it writhed, there would be a flash of other colors. It was like a rainbow, and it was very eye-catching. Her eyes were dark blue, just like her hair. They also flashed with other kinds of luster, but unlike her rainbow-like light blonde hair, her eyes only flickered with flames. Her pair of ears were obviously elongated, just like an elf. Or perhaps, it would be more appropriate to describe her as a fairy. She had a dreamlike and exquisite face. The young girl possessed a beauty that surpassed that of a human. It was a kind of extreme beauty that would cause people to subconsciously fear her. At this moment, a faint smile adorned her extremely beautiful face. It was a smile that matched her seductive appearance. It was a very innocent and arrogant smile. You. Wu Yen inhaled the frosty air, his expression chilling. Are you the body of consciousness that has been staying in Nagisa's body? Before he could finish his sentence, the scene that appeared in front of him made him flabbergasted. Who? There was a prideful smile hanging on her beautiful face, but when Wu Yen said those words with a stern face and a tone that sounded like a reprimand, the girl's prideful smile crumbled and was replaced by a timid expression. It's like a high and mighty goddess suddenly fell into the mortal realm and turned into a timid little girl. The extreme difference in her behavior made the cold-faced Wu Yen a bit uncomfortable. Teacher! Nagisa angrily shouted at Wu Yen, "Don't scare her." Wu Yen looked at the angry Nagisa in shock. He wanted to say something, but Nagisa suddenly ran in front of the seductive girl and gently patted her back. Good girl, don't be scared, I don't mean any harm. You. The girl made a cute sound. She looked at Nagisa and then Wu Yen before speaking weakly. I forgive thee. Ah. Wu Yan's expression turned into one of amusement. The corner of his lips twitched. Why does it look like I'm the one bullying her? This thought flashed through his mind, but Wu Yen breathed a sigh of relief. At least, based on the girl's expression, she shouldn't be an enemy, right? Wu Yen bitterly smiled and shook his head. He looked at Nagisa. Do you know her? Nagisa. Nagisa blinked her big eyes in surprise. No. Wu Yen felt his mind was in a mess. Then why do you seem so concerned about her? Do I? Nagisa tilted her head and frowned. I don't know either, but there's a voice in my head telling me that I should be concerned about her. A voice in your head? Wu Yen felt like he's getting more and more confused. He quickly gathered his thoughts and glanced at the timid girl. Is this all right? She appeared with a familiar just now. She should be a vampire. Aren't you afraid? Nagisa gasped when she heard Wu Yen. It's true. Nagisa, I don't think I'm afraid of her. Wu Yen frowned when he saw the genuine surprise on Nagisa's face. Why aren't you afraid of her? I don't know. Nagisa gave the same answer. She turned to look at the timid girl in her arms with a confused expression. But I feel like I've been with her for a long time. Wu Yen fell silent. Indeed, from a certain point of view, the girl has been with Nagisa for a long time. After all, the girl has always been in Nagisa's body with that familiar. Wu Yen rubbed his forehead and glanced at the girl. Perhaps sensing Wu Yan's gaze, the girl shrunk back timidly. Don't Don't look at me like that. Sorry. Wu Yen smiled bitterly. He recalled the girl who used Nagisa's body to confront him and even kissed him to acknowledge his existence. Wu Yen couldn't associate her with this little princess who only knew how to act cute. Wu Yen tried his best to lighten his tone as he asked. Then, tell me first, what's your name? The girl snuck a peek at Wu Yen before mustering up her courage. Agurola. Chapter 1001. Agrora. When the girl's name entered Wu Yan's ears, his relaxed expression froze on his face as he didn't want to frighten the girl. His wine-red eyes started fluctuating intensely. Agrora? Isn't this the fourth primogenitor Koking and Yukaina spoke of? This girl who scares him when he speaks louder is the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation. Looking at the beautiful girl who is looking at him with a timid yet curious expression, an absurd feeling kept rising in his heart. This cute thing can be the fourth primogenitor. No wonder Koking can be the fourth primogenitor. Agrora? Nagisa, who was hugging Agrora, shook her head in a daze. She clutched her head in pain. Why do I feel so familiar? Nagisa. Nagisa's painful moans woke Wu Yen up. Wu Yen hurriedly pulled Nagisa into his arms. It looked like Wu Yen was hugging two beautiful girls at the same time. Are you all right? Agrora looked worried as well. She looked at Nagisa, who looked like she's in pain. Nagisa chuckled when she sensed Agrora and Wu Yan's worried gazes. Don't worry, Nagisa, I'm fine. But why? Nagisa's red eyes turned to Agrora. She looked even more confused. Even Wu Yen looked pensive. Nagisa said she didn't know Agurola, but she subconsciously cared for him. She didn't feel any fear. She said something like she's been with Agrora for a long time. Wasn't this behavior a little too strange? Looking at how Nagisa was clutching her head in pain, Wu Yen has a feeling that Nagisa knows Agrora. However, there seems to be a problem with Nagisa's memories about Agrora. Wu Yen recalled the time he visited Koju after the fake angel incident. He wanted to talk about Agrora. However, Koching's behavior was exactly the same as Nagisa's. As long as Gucheng recalled even the slightest bit of memory regarding Agrora, his brain would stop him from continuing to think about it. It was as if this memory originally existed, but was now snatched away by someone. Nagisa. Could it be the same situation? What's even stranger is the fact that Agrora is in Nagisa's body. Vampires can devour their own kind to obtain higher-level blood. Vatler was an old pure-blooded vampire. He devoured two elder-level second-generation vampires and obtained the best bloodline below the primogenitor level. There's no need to explain what happens to those who are devoured. Koking has become the fourth primogenite. This is something everyone can see. He was originally a human. In other words, the reason Gucheng became the fourth true ancestor was because he had used the principle of same race devouring each other to devour the previous fourth true ancestor, Agrora, obtaining Agrora's blood and power. Then, what was going on with this Agrora in front of him? Consciousness. Could it be that Agrora had stored his consciousness and the enchantress's Ashnice in Nagisa's body before he was devoured by the ancient city and was about to disappear? Was that how he survived? If that's the case, this should be Nagisa's mental world. Wu Yen looked around at this place that was filled with an aura of vicissitudes. He muttered to himself for a bit before speaking to Agrora. Agrora, it was you who brought us here, wasn't it? Agrora's expression was still timid, but he nodded firmly. Wu Yen and Nagisa exchanged glances before looking at Agrora. Then why did you bring us here? Agrora nervously looked around. When he calmed down, he bravely looked at Wu Yen. Because thou hast taken away my place. Took away your place? Wu Yen scratched his face in confusion. He frowned as he thought of something. You mean? Wu Yen probed. Because I turned Nagisa into a familiar, you can no longer stay in Nagisa's body. That's why you pulled us into Nagisa's mental world. Seeing that Wu Yen accurately said what he wanted to say, Agrora, who was having a hard time figuring out how to explain to Wu Yan, immediately nodded his head in excitement. Wu Yan, on the other hand, frowned. That can't be. Even if Nagisa turned into a familiar, there's no reason for it to reject the consciousness in its body. Agrora shook his head at Wu Yan's words. He pointed at Ashnice on his back. Different familiars can't exist in the same consciousness. Wu Yan felt relieved when he heard this. Familiars didn't have a physical body. Their bodies were composed of mana. They were a collection of mana with a consciousness. As a collection of mana with consciousness, a familiar's consciousness was the embodiment of its body. It could be reconstructed if its body was destroyed, and it could be reborn if it was destroyed, because only its consciousness was its own. Under such circumstances, how could the same familiar possess two consciousnesses? In that case, the two consciousnesses would form two familiars when mana was used to construct the body of the familiars. Similarly, different familiars couldn't exist in the same consciousness. That would be equivalent to having two abilities and two strengths. That would be too contradictory. Of course, this was only limited to familiars. According to what you're saying, what I took away should be the shelter of the enchantress Azurice, right? What does that have to do with you? Hearing Wu Yan's words, Agrora trembled with fear and shyness. Wu Yan was shocked when he opened his mouth. I am Ashnice of Ashnice. What did you say? Wu Yan exclaimed. Agrora jumped in fright and almost burst into tears. Nagisa, who didn't know what was going on, tried to console him while glaring at Wu Yan. Wu Yan shut his mouth at the sight of Nagisa's angry glare. He felt helpless. It seems it's best to figure out the situation first. Wu Yan patted his cheeks and sighed. Then, Agrora, what do you plan to do? Nagisa is destined to be my vassal beast. Even I can't control it. Agrora fell silent. Nagisa is about to become Wu Yan's familiar. This is an irreversible fact. Once Nagisa's consciousness becomes a familiar, Agrora, the Ashnice of the enchantress, will be automatically expelled from Nagisa's consciousness. Without a host, Agrora will only have one path to take. Under Wu Yan and Nagisa's gaze, Agrora looked back and forth between them. She bit her lip. I am willing to fuse with Nagisa. Fuse? Wu Yan and Nagisa were stunned. Wu Yan quickly regained his composure. Agrora probably wants to fuse her consciousness with Nagisa's and turn her consciousness into a personality. That way, she can continue existing. Just like Kodori, she had a dual personality, but both personalities were Kodori. That way, there wouldn't be any rejection between the two personalities. But, is this really okay? Wu Yan frowned. Once you fuse with Nagisa, you will become my familiar. Ashnice of Ashnice of Ashnice is the fourth primogenitor's familiar, right? That way, you won't be able to return to Koju's side. Agrora's expression shook violently, but when he saw Nagisa's blank expression, his expression became firm. Nagisa saved me. Without Nagisa, I wouldn't exist. I don't want to leave Nagisa. I want to be with Nagisa forever. Agrora. Nagisa looked at Agrora with a touched expression. She hugged Agrora's soft body and she looked at Wu Yan. Nagisa doesn't know what's going on, but Sensei, Nagisa also wants to be with Agrora. You too. Wu Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. Since you've already said so much, what else can I say? Joy appeared on the faces of the two girls. At this moment, a white light flashed between the heavens and the earth. The two girls' figures also slowly fused together. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the statue and the well. Nagisa was no longer there. The only thing left was a voice in Wu Yan's mind. Ding. Obtained familiar, Ashnice of Ashnice. Chapter 1002. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy. The sky was still sunny, and the sun was shining brightly. The huge Kaihai Academy was covered by the scorching sun, and the temperature was many degrees higher than a person's body temperature. Fortunately, the buildings in Kaihai Academy were air-conditioned. Otherwise, No one would have the energy to study seriously in this kind of weather. Be it students or teachers, no one would want to be exposed to the sun in this kind of weather. The buildings in Saikai Academy are filled with people's voices, but outside, it's eerily quiet. Not even the sound of cicadas can be heard. It's hard to tell if it's strange or natural. No matter how high or low the temperature was, it didn't seem to have anything to do with Natsuki. While the students below the podium were complaining about how hot the air conditioner was, Natsuki was still wearing her usual black lace gothic costume. It seemed to be very thick, and she could wear it even in the winter. If it was someone else wearing this attire, they would be drenched in sweat by now. However, Natsuki doesn't seem to be affected at all. She has an expressionless face as she looked at the students who are looking at her with a hint of seriousness in her eyes. Natsuki is trying to deepen the image of her students in her mind. After all, she's about to leave this world with Wu Yen. She won't be able to return for a while. She maintained this state until the bell rang, but she didn't announce the end of class. Instead, his gaze was still moving, sweeping across the faces of his students one by one, causing the students below to feel a little strange. They looked at each other with puzzlement on their faces. What's wrong with their dignified teacher? It's no wonder they have such thoughts. These students have never seen Natsuki lose her composure like this before. Perhaps Natsuki sensed her students' strange gazes. She finally retracted her gaze and raised her head. Don't forget to revise your homework when you get back. Also, don't forget to prepare for your new homework. Last time, everyone left Itagami Island because of that incident. Since everyone left Itagami Island, the school has stopped classes for the next 10 days. Remember to find some time to make up for it, don't waste it. Natsuki is like a teacher who is about to retire. She didn't leave the classroom right away but started nagging. This was something that would never have happened in the past. Natsuki-chan, what happened? Even the stubborn Koju sensed that something was wrong with Natsuki. He frowned and looked to his side, where Motoki Yase was sitting. Motoki Yase frowned. His eyes were full of doubt. Even though his status was not very high because he was very familiar with Xian Gaiyong, he also knew that this Nayu was not a clone but the real body. Could it be that Nayu's personality was different from that of her avatar? Naturally, Yase Moki couldn't answer this question. Under the strange gazes of the students, Nayu finally stopped her abnormal nagging and waved the fan in her hand impatiently. Alright, class is over. Go do whatever you want. He left these words behind. Nayu left the podium and walked towards the classroom door. Seeing this, Gucheng hurriedly left his seat and ran towards Nayu. Wait, Natsuki-chan. He rushed in front of Nayu. Before he could finish his sentence, Nayu turned around and smashed Gucheng's head with her fan, knocking him to the ground. Don't use the word behind my name. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Gucheng got up from the ground while clutching his head. He was in so much pain that tears came out of his eyes, but he still looked at Nayu. Are you okay? Nayu snorted and turned around. Instead of worrying about me, why don't you worry about yourself? Akatsuki, you're late again. Prepare yourself for tutoring this weekend. Gucheng's face turned into a melon face. Nayu tilted her head and glanced at Gucheng before smiling. Remember to be on time. When he saw Nayu's smile, Gucheng's mood improved a lot for some reason. I know, Natsuki-chan. Didn't I tell you not to use the word you behind your name? I know. Don't hit me. Itagami Island, man-made island management commune. Kanon sat in a meeting room looking at her adoptive father. She had a comforting smile on her face. I'm relieved to see you in such good spirits. You don't have to worry about me. Kensei Kanase adjusted his glasses expressionlessly. For the time being, I'm living a good life here. You seem to be living a good life too, Kanon nodded fiercely. Sensei treats me well, Kotori-chan takes good care of me too. The neighbors are also my classmates, so I'm living a happy life. Happy? Kensei Kanase lowered his head. His large glasses made it impossible to see the expression in his eyes. That's not bad. The room went silent. Kanon stared at Kensei Kanase with her beautiful eyes for a while. She clasped her hands together and said, Might leave this place for a while. Kensei paused for a moment before his gaze met Kanen's eyes again. When he saw the gentle smile on her face, Kensei paused for a moment before he opened his mouth. Will it be long? Hearing this, Kanen's face blossomed into a smile. She shook her head with her lustrous hair. I should be back soon, is that so? Kensei Kanase nodded nonchalantly and didn't say anything else. The two of them stood there quietly until the meeting time was over. Kanen stood up and bowed to Kensei as he was taken away by the management staff. Itagami Island, Southern Residential Area, Room 704, let me see. Nagisa sat in the living room and checked the things in front of her with a serious expression. I brought my toothbrush, cup, all my favorite clothes are here. I didn't leave anything behind, right? Nagisa blinked and tilted her head. She then pounded her palm. Oh right. I forgot to bring my pillow. Nagisa didn't notice Kotori, who was sitting beside her, couldn't stay calm. Seeing Nagisa rushing into the room to bring her pillow, Kotori couldn't hold back her emotions and grabbed Nagisa's collar. That's enough. You're not going on a vacation. Why are you bringing a pillow, toothbrush and cup? Kotori dragged Nagisa back by the back of her collar and said in an unquestionable tone, You're not allowed to bring these. Nagisa screamed as if it was the end of the world. How can that be? If I say it's okay, it's okay. Kotori declared domineeringly. She grabbed Nagisa and walked out the door. Anyway, time will stop flowing in this world. Just follow us like this. Don't drag me. Itagami Island, Southern Residential Area, Room 703. Uyen stood by the window and looked down at the noisy pedestrians. He turned around to face Kotori, Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanen. Are you ready? Natsuki and Kanen nodded. Nagisa was the only one who mumbled unwillingly. I'm not ready, sob. I forgot to bring a lot of things. Everyone chose to ignore Nagisa's nagging and glanced at each other. Then, Wu Yen looked at Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanen. He closed his eyes and he cut off the supply of mana to the three girls. Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanen turned into streams of mana. They returned to Wu Yan's body after losing the support of their mana. Since they've become Wu Yan's familiar, they're part of Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan can bring them away without needing to summon them again. It's good news. Wu Yan smiled when he sensed the three girls' consciousnesses slumbering in his body. He looked at Kotori and waited for her to nod before speaking. System, we're leaving this world. Wu Yan and Kotori's bodies slowly faded away until they disappeared. No one knows that the five of them are missing from this world. Chapter 1003. Behemoth Forest, Campsite. After a period of chaos, the campsite had gradually calmed down and returned to its usual orderly state. Originally, there were three people with the highest authority in charge of the campsite. They were also responsible for organizing the resources and information needed by the Ailu Empire and handing them over to the Ailu Empire's royal family. But now, two of the three people in charge of the campsite were killed. Only Pelosi was left to manage the campsite. In the eyes of outsiders, Pelosi was undoubtedly the one who benefited the most from this series of events. Not only did he eliminate two competitors without wasting any energy, but he also became the only person in charge of the camp in one fell swoop. It could be said that Pelosi was now the only person in charge of the entire camp. Which one of the upper echelons of the various families who came to the Behemoth Forest campsite didn't want to reap some benefits for their family? With Pelosi's position as the only person in charge of the campsite, the one who reaped the most benefits is undoubtedly him. But only Pelosi himself knows that he has a lot of unspeakable troubles. Reap some benefits from the campsite? Yes, he does. But compared to these benefits, he'd rather have two people of the same status as him managing the campsite. Even if they're his rivals, at least he won't be as tired as he is now. Not only does he have to constantly monitor the situation in the Behemoth Forest, but he also has to make an inventory of the Behemoth Forest's profits every day. More importantly, he has to search for traces of the Beast King. All these big and small matters are piled on his shoulders. It's easy to imagine how tiring it is for him. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that there's a group of people in the campsite who can cause trouble at any time. Pelosi has to keep an eye on these people's movements while he's busy with official business. He's worried that if something goes wrong, he, the last person in charge of the campsite, will be killed. Although the campsite looks peaceful, it's actually more turbulent than before. There's only one person left in charge of the campsite. The Ailu Empire probably won't allow the Lori family to monopolize the campsite, so the royal family will probably choose another person to take over. How can the upper echelons of the other families not be tempted by this possibility? Before the Thunder King left the camp, he had repeatedly and earnestly warned Pelosi that he had to maintain the order of the entire camp. Don't let those restless fellows use this opportunity to cause any trouble. If it really reached that stage, the camp would have to pay attention to the situation in the Behemoth Forest, and at the same time, they would also have to deal with internal and external problems. It wouldn't be strange if the camp was destroyed. Thus, another heavy responsibility was placed on Pelosi's shoulders because of this. In just a short period of time, Pelosi had lost a lot of weight. Fortunately, Pelosi did not realize that the most serious troublemaker among the group of troublemakers was no longer in the camp and had disappeared without a trace. Otherwise, he would definitely be even thinner. Wu Yen had spent about 2 months in the Blood Raid world, but only about half a day had passed in the Spalier world. It was normal that no one had discovered him in half a day, of course. The chaos in the camp had nothing to do with Chuju and the girls. As long as it wasn't directed at them, they didn't want to be involved in the camp's affairs. Plus, on their side, there's still a problem that hasn't been solved yet. At this moment, in a large tent that belonged to the girls, a rather strange scene took place. Let me go. Shokuho Misaki struggled with all her might. Her face was red from exerting too much force. However, she didn't seem like she was going to give up. Despite being a sports idiot, Shokuho Misaki displayed an astonishing amount of strength as she struggled to move forward. Shokuho Misaki may not have a hard time walking. She may be a sports idiot, but she's not that stupid to the point where she needs 10 seconds to take a single step. The reason why it's so hard is because there are 3 people hanging on her soft waist. Shokuho, calm down. Kinuhata Sai's face was red. She was being dragged along by Shokuho Misaki. She almost wanted to use her ability. You shouldn't be so stubborn. Frenda also hugged Shokuho Misaki's waist tightly, trying her best to stop her from moving forward, while shouting at her. You're just bad at cooking, right? What's the big deal? Aren't you a queen? Why do you have to cook yourself? Can't you just wait for someone else to cook for you? Yeah. Shokuho. For the first time, Takitsubu Rika followed Kineta Sai and Frenda and hugged Shokuho Misaki tightly. If you're hungry, I can cook for you. No. Shokuho Misaki didn't even think about it. She refused and continued her difficult journey. How dare you look down on my cooking? While saying that, Shokuho Misaki's gaze turned to the corner. There, Kurumi was smiling and sipping on a cup of black tea. Obviously, the person who looked down on her cooking is Kurumi. Seeing Kurumi's happy face, Shokuho Misaki was furious. She struggled even harder. Let me go. Kineta. Frenda. Takitsubu. This time, I will cook something that will surprise all of you. No. Hearing Shokuho Misaki's words, the trio screamed as if their parents just died. At the same time, they hugged Shokuho Misaki even harder, unwilling to let go. Surprise! Chuju and Mikoto looked at Shokuho Misaki, who made such a declaration. Their mouths twitched. Recalling the cookie Shokuho Misaki made today, Chuju and Mikoto's face turned red. Indeed, that dish is too shocking. It looks fun. Flandra-chan sucked on her finger as she watched the trio playing around with Shokuho Misaki. She rolled her red eyes and looked at Shirono. Hey, Shirono, let's go play with the sisters, okay? That's it. Fourth Shaman's face was a little flustered as she tugged at Flandra-chan's hand. Let's not disturb the sisters. Why? Shirono was stunned. She didn't know what to say. It was Shirono who spoke up with a sneaky laugh. Well, they are trying to improve their relationship. Maybe there will be some flirty sparks? Ambiguous sparks? Flandre-chan's mind was filled with question marks. As for Astria and Toka, they were hugging each other as they trembled in fear. Shokuhanesen's cooking is scary. It's not good at all. I don't want to eat it. For two gluttons who can eat anything to say something like that, they must have tasted Shokuha Misaki's cookie before. Just like that, the four girls were fooling around. Beside them, there was a girl who was watching with a smile, two girls who were embarrassed, two little girls who were watching curiously, and two girls with plump figures who were hugging each other while shivering. It was not an exaggeration to say that this scene was strange. When Wu Yen and Kotori appeared in the tent, they saw this strange scene. One can only imagine how they reacted to this situation. Kotori raised an eyebrow and looked at Wu Yen. Are they playing around? Well, Wu Yen put on a fake smile. Who knows, Yen? Hinajiku and Mikoto finally noticed Wu Yen and Kotori standing there. They cried out in surprise and they rushed over. Wu Yen thought they were going to give him a warm hug, but who knew? Two slender hands grabbed his collar at the same time and pulled him in front of them. What are you doing here? Think of something. Stop that woman from going crazy. Looking at the ferocious expressions on the two beautiful faces so close to him, he almost couldn't wrap his head around it. However, his intuition told him that it's best not to think too much about it, so he quickly changed the topic. Alright, where's Ikaros? Ikaros? Hinajiku and Mikoto looked at each other in surprise. I think I saw her just now. She probably went to the lake to take a bath? Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a bright light. Chapter 1004. The night was as dark as wine. The fluorescent moonlight was like a transparent veil. Under the starlight, it slowly covered the ground far below. The ground seemed to be covered in frost. Little silver spots were like stars in the sky. They dotted the ground for a while and disappeared for a while. When they reappeared, they were no longer in the same place. There were no clouds in the sky. The night sky was unobstructed. The moonlight and starlight scanned every corner of the ground, the trees in the behemoth forest, the tents in the campsite, the hills around the campsite, and a small lake. The lake was located in a corner of the campsite. It was surrounded by cliffs on three sides. There was only one path that could fit 4 or 5 people. It led to a forest of tents in front of the campsite. That forest of tents was where Wu Yan's group and the Misaka sisters' tents were. In the camp, many people knew that there was a lake in this corner. Although the area was not large, the lake water was very clear. Moreover, it was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and there was only one passage for people to pass through. It was the most suitable place for the female guards to bathe. Unfortunately, the path led to Wu Yan's group and the Misaka sisters' tents. If they wanted to enter, they would have to pass through here. It was impossible not to be discovered. Chuju, Mikoto, and the other girls were tempted. However, this was still someone else's territory. The girls might do whatever they wanted, but they weren't so reckless as to take over this place. So, under Shokuha Misaki's control, she used some of the resources she hunted in the behemoth forest to make the lake a place for the girls and the Misaka sisters to bathe. Of course, a certain wolf could also use this place, but after he found out about the existence of such a place and started to have some dirty thoughts, the girls seemed to have seen through his inner thoughts. Every time he used it, there was no one else in the lake. He didn't even have a Misaka sister. This filled the wolf with so much hatred that he beat his chest and stomped his feet. It was night time. Usually no one would come here to bathe, but today, there was something different about the lake. There was a hint of life in the air. The sound of the flapping wings was exceptionally clear under the gentle breeze, like a beautiful melody reverberating rhythmically. The girl flew through the air with the wings behind her back, flying into the lake surrounded by the rock walls. Then, under the cover of pink feathers, the girl stretched out a foot, lightly touching the ground, and landed on the ground. The moonlight shone on the girl's body. It illuminated her voluptuous body and reflected her pair of beautiful pink wings. It also exposed the angel-like girl's devastatingly beautiful and delicate appearance under the light. Her pair of jade-like eyes made people feel pity for her as they flickered with faint ripples. If the male guards in the campsite saw this, they would have lost all of their hearts. Who knows how many hearts would be snatched away by this angel that descended from the heavens? Then, they would be heartlessly abandoned in her heart that belonged to only one person for the rest of her life. The girl was none other than Ikaros. Looking at the sparkling lake in front of her, Ikaros' pitiful face revealed a trace of peculiarity, very moving. The wings on her back shrunk to the size of a palm. If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to see it. Ikaros crouched down after folding her wings behind her back. Her jade-like hands gently glided across the surface of the lake, creating an exceptionally beautiful scene. But Ikaros didn't seem to mind at all. She stood up again and started to take off her clothes, smooth skin, wing-like collarbones, and a curvaceous figure. As long as any of these appeared on a woman, it would be enough to increase the beauty of this woman by dozens of points. And if all of these were concentrated on a young girl, then she would truly become a beauty that could bring disaster to a country. Fortunately, and as if it was only natural, Ikaros had everything, and she also had a beautiful face that could take one's breath away. A girl like this, even if she removed her wings, no one would doubt that she's an angel. The reeds around the lake covered Ikaros' body. Even if someone were to stand on the only path and look up, they wouldn't be able to see what's going on in the lake. This is one of the reasons why the girls were able to bathe here without worry. Under the cover of the reeds, Ikaros stepped into the lake with her beautiful ankles. Amidst the ripples, she reached the center of the lake. The lake isn't that deep. The deepest part is only Ikaros' shoulder. Otherwise, Ikaros' wings would have sunk into the lake with its master if they're sucked in the water. Her hands gently caressed her shoulders, collarbones, her round breasts. Ikaros washed her body to her heart's content. She looked like she was putting a lot of effort into it, but if one were to look closely, they would have noticed that her eyes have lost focus. If other people's eyes lose focus, there's only one reason: it's because they're distracted. But those who are familiar with Ikaros know that she's not the type to lose her mind. The only time she loses her mind is when she's missing her master. Ikaros doesn't have a lot of emotions. This is something everyone knows. She has computing and combat abilities that surpass the average angel, but it's not an exaggeration to say that her emotional abilities are close to zero. She doesn't know the difference between men and women. She doesn't know what love is. She only learned a little bit of how to conduct herself under the influence of the girls around her, but it's only a little bit. If Astrea can only be described as cute without computer skills, then Ikaros can only be described as pitiful without any emotional abilities. But because of this, once Ikaros fell in love, this love would last forever, and no one would be able to destroy it. Wu Yan is a lucky guy. He walked into Ikaros' heart when she was still in a daze. That's how he managed to win her heart. Wu Yan spent about 2 months in Bloodlust Rampage. Converted to Spalier World Time, it's about half a day. In other words, it's only been half a day since Wu Yan left Ikaros' line of sight. But for Ikaros, forget half a day, she can't help but miss her master for even a minute and a second. There's only one person left in her mind. Ikaros splashed water on herself absent-mindedly while muttering the word, master. She's wondering when Wu Yan will return. It was also at this moment that an extremely soft sound of footsteps could be heard on the path leading to the lake. The footsteps are as light as water droplets. A normal person wouldn't be able to hear it even if they were standing 3 or 4 meters away. The footsteps in the path are at least 20 meters away. The possibility of being heard is even lower. But Ikaros still heard the footsteps despite being in a daze. As if awakened, Ikaros' indigo eyes slowly focused. She looked towards the direction of the lake entrance. A sci-fi box expanded in her eyes. Ikaros tried her best to bury herself in the water. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, covering the important parts of her body. Her eyes were fixed on the entrance of the tunnel. She was on high alert. Ikaros, who doesn't have emotional abilities, shouldn't be able to understand this. Even after interacting with Wu Yan's group, the only thing she can do is to be shy in front of Wu Yan. When facing other people, even if they're young girls, Ikaros won't be affected much. But Ikaros knows her master likes her body a lot. That's why Ikaros' heart has been branded. Her body belongs to her master. With this thought in mind, Ikaros's eyes showed some vigilance. The wings on her back started to tremble. If she finds out it's not a woman or someone she knows, she's going to fly away as fast as she can without hesitation. But when the owner of the footsteps appeared in front of Ikaros's eyes, that thought vanished like a puff of smoke. Chapter 1005. When the two pairs of eyes met, the two pairs of eyes simultaneously shone with a strange light. In her indigo eyes, the rippling frame disappeared without a trace. Instead, it's replaced by waves, ripples, joy, and longing that couldn't be suppressed no matter what. It's extremely complicated, but they all represent the girl's current emotions. They can't be concealed. Her wine-red eyes aren't that complicated. There's only one emotion inside: stunning. Her long pink hair was no longer tied up by a ponytail and cascaded down like a waterfall, covering the girl's smooth back. Her skin seemed to be flushed due to shyness. Although the color was dark, there was an indescribable beauty when matched with her fair skin. Her pupils are indigo, her hair is pink, and other than these two colors, there's only one color left on her body. That's white. Enough to touch people's hearts. Whether it's her exposed shoulders or her barely discernible body under the water, the girl's pearl-like white skin stole Wu Yan's gaze, making him unable to shift his gaze away. This isn't the first time Wu Yan admired this body without hindrance. It's not even the first time he played with it, touched it, but seeing it again, Wu Yan still can't stop his heart from beating faster than normal. It's like there's a fire burning in his heart. It's uncomfortable and throbbing. Master! Different from the stunned Wu Yan, Ikaros is still immersed in the joy of seeing Wu Yan. There's no change in her expression. She's still as lovable as ever, but the light in her eyes has already melted. Ikaros has 1,000 words she wants to say. She also has the urge to say 1,000 words. But these words, these impulses, they're all catalyzed by the ripples in her heart. In the end, it all turned into a simple sentence: "Welcome back." Hearing this, Wu Yan was stunned for a moment before smiling. The strange emotions in his heart also calmed down in this warm greeting. "I'm back, Ikaros, master." Ikaros doesn't know how to smile. However, she is in a very good mood right now. She wanted to get out of the water and stick to Wu Yan's back like she always does. Then, wherever Wu Yan goes, she will follow. But obviously, Ikaros remembers that she's in the water but forgot that she's completely naked. Splash. The sound of water splashing could be heard. Ikaros's upper body are exposed to the water. It's also exposed to Wu Yan's eyes. Wu Yan's eyes almost popped out. "Wait, Ikaros." Seeing Ikaros about to come ashore, Wu Yan subconsciously covered his nose and called out to stop her. It's not that he wants to be a gentleman, nor is it that he wants to pretend to be a good person or that he suddenly found his conscience. It's just that he's worried that if he really let Ikaros walk ashore like this, he wouldn't be able to resist pouncing on this alluring body. Of course, pouncing on her isn't a big deal. I don't think Ikaros will reject Wu Yan's love. But if it really comes down to it, he might forget why he's here. The reason why he came to see Ikaros is because it's been 2 months. Wu Yan misses her a lot. Secondly, there's something he wants to say to Ikaros when they're alone. As for why Wu Yan who wants to see Ikaros and has something to say to her, he chose to do it when she's bathing. Only he himself knows the answer to that question. With great difficulty, Wu Yan averted his gaze from Ikaros's full body. He bitterly smiled. "Don't come ashore yet, you're not dressed yet." Hearing Wu Yan's words, Ikaros finally realized her condition. Her cheeks flushed red, her indigo eyes filled with shyness. This is the kind of emotion that only bursts out when facing Wu Yan. Once again submerging herself into the water, Ikaros sneaked a peek at Wu Yan. After confirming Wu Yan didn't leave, Ikaros breathed a sigh of relief. Instead, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. It's strange. Not sure if he noticed Ikaros's strange behavior, Wu Yan bitterly put down his hand that was covering his nose and scolded himself. "If I don't cover my nose, will it bleed? It's not like I'm that idiot code." Shaking his head, Wu Yan looked at Ikaros. He scratched his cheek and spoke. "I'm really sorry, Ikaros." Ikaros was stunned. Seeing this, Wu Yan helplessly shrugged and chuckled. Every time I go out, I make you worry. I'm really sorry, Ikaros. Ikaros finally understood why Wu Yan said this. She lowered her head and shook it. Her mouth opened as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Expressing her feelings has always been Ikaros's weakness. As if he saw through Ikaros's dilemma, Wu Yan laughed. Well, Ikaros, no matter what, I've apologized to you. Just accept it. This time, Ikaros felt even more troubled. She asked anxiously. Is this an order? What order? Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I never intended to order you to do anything. Ikaros only needs to do what your heart desires. Your heart desires. Ikaros tilted her head and looked at Wu Yan in confusion. If that's the case, will Master be happy? Wu Yan was stunned. He sighed helplessly. Ikaros, I want you to be happy. I don't want you to cater to me for my sake, understand? Ikaros stayed silent for a bit. Not long after, a sentence that made Wu Yan's heart tremble came out of her mouth. I don't really understand, but if Master is happy, Ikaros will be happy too. Listening to Ikaros's childlike naivety but her heartfelt words, Wu Yan could clearly feel Ikaros's feelings for him. That nerve in the deepest part of his brain was stirred up again and again. Wu Yan almost lost control of himself and shed tears. Hugh. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yan suppressed the throbbing in his heart. He raised his head and met Ikaros's expressive eyes. His face was full of helplessness and love. Then I'll be the same. Smiling gently, Wu Yan said to Ikaros. As long as Ikaros is happy, I'll be happy too. So, Ikaros, tell me, what should I do to make you happy? Happy? Ikaros pressed a hand to her chest, as if her heart would jump out of her chest if she didn't. Following Wu Yan's guidance, Ikaros searched through her memories, trying to find the happy part and summarize the happy part. After a while, she finally got the answer in her heart. I want to follow Master forever. In an instant, Ikaros's eyes shone brightly, so bright that it covered the moonlight and starlight around her. Following Master, Ikaros is very happy. Wu Yan didn't know what else to say. This Ikaros, he didn't know if it was intentional or not, but every word she said was teasing Wu Yan's heart, causing it to beat uncontrollably. Even if it missed a beat, it wouldn't be strange. But one thing is for sure, if he doesn't treat this girl well, even getting struck by lightning would be a light punishment. Making this decision, Wu Yan's face lit up with a smile. Ikaros. Walking to the lakeside, Wu Yan waved at Ikaros. Come here, Master. Blushing, Ikaros looked at Wu Yan who was waving at her from the lakeside. She was very shy, but in the end, she chose to listen to Wu Yan and slowly walked out of the lake. In Wu Yan's eyes, everything around him has disappeared, whether it's the lake, the grass, the mountains, the sky, the earth, everything is gone. All that's left is this extremely beautiful body in front of him that's being held by her master with a blushing face. Reaching out, he wrapped his arms around Ikaros's smooth waist. Wu Yan gently and domineeringly pulled her into his embrace and straddled his body. I won't leave you again. Following that sentence, Ikaros felt Wu Yan's forceful entry. Her moans coexisted with the night. Chapter 1006. When Wu Yan opened his eyes again, the sky in his field of vision had been replaced by an azure sky. The night sky had faded away without him noticing. The sound of the wind and the chirping of the birds entered Wu Yan's ears, waking him up from his dazed state. Only now did he realize that he had spent the entire night in the midst of the reeds by the lakeside. His gaze swept from the azure sky to the lake. The clear water was still rippling, creating circles of ripples. The ripples were so light that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. Wu Yan could faintly hear the sound of flowing water coming from all directions, from far to near. Rubbing his eyelids, Wu Yan sighed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He didn't think that he would really have slept in the wild for a night. If not for the fact that he was a vampire instead of an ordinary human, he would have caught a cold long ago. After all, he was still naked. Patting his head, Wu Yan was about to get up, but as soon as he moved, he felt an extremely heavy, yet light, contradictory weight in his arms. He was a little dazed, but then he remembered something and smiled. He glanced in front of him. The first thing he saw was a strand of bright pink hair. Then, he saw a pretty face that was flushed red. A breathtakingly beautiful face. Perhaps it was because she had slept for an entire night in the wilderness. The beautiful girl's pink hair was covered in raindrops. The raindrops flowed down her soft long hair and slowly dripped down. Some of them dripped onto the ground and sank into the reeds. Some of them dripped onto the girl's similarly flushed skin and slid down her delicate body without a trace of obstruction. Faint rays of light, like tiny spotlights, shone on the angelic girl's pitiful face. Her pitiful and tearful expression fell into Wu Yan's line of sight. A pair of pink, palm-sized wings adorned her fair and smooth back as if they were made by nature. Together with the wing-like accessories by the girl's ears, they undulated up and down like a kitten, causing others to involuntarily adore them. For Ikaros. Of course Wu Yan wasn't an outsider. He's the one she loves the most. But when Wu Yan saw Ikaros' current posture, it still aroused his affection. He couldn't help but caress her face. He scratched her little nose. Really, with that expression, aren't you forcing me to commit a crime? It's hard to tell if he's joking or he's being serious. Wu Yan said this with a funny tone. Ikaros wrinkled her little nose and she mumbled softly. She mumbled softly, but judging from the shape of her mouth, it's probably master. Even in her dreams, Ikaros didn't forget how she addressed her master. She almost turned it into a catchphrase. Wu Yan chuckled. Didn't they say that the omnipotent angel doesn't sleep or dream? That's what he said, but he knows that Ikaros, other than the times when she would fall into a deep sleep due to exhaustion, she hasn't slept at all. Astria is the same as well, except that she would also fall asleep under other circumstances. That means she ate too much. Thinking back to Ikaros and Astria, two angels with completely different personalities but equally lovable, Wu Yan suddenly felt like he didn't have enough self-awareness. These two girls are supposed to be loved by him. To be more precise, every single one of the girls by his side seemed to need his love, and they were also worthy of his love. Such a thought flashed through his mind. The faces of the girls flashed through Wu Yan's mind one after another. Wu Yan's love for the girls deepened. At this moment, such a big surprise the moment I wake up, should I say it's surprising? Or should I change my opinion of you? Without any warning, a childish voice filled with inconceivable majesty rang out from Wu Yan's heart. The voice seemed to contain some sort of chill as well. Of course, it's not a good thing. Wu Yan subconsciously froze when he heard the contradictory voice. He reflexively scanned his surroundings, and when he found the owner of the voice in his mind, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed in surprise. Natsuki, is that you? You still remember me? The voice that rang in Wu Yan's mind was none other than Wu Yan's familiar, Natsuki, who was sleeping in his blood. However, from the looks of it, Natsuki woke up on her own without Wu Yan's call. She naturally saw everything that happened in Wu Yan's mind, including Ikaros's current state. She might even know what happened last night. Realizing this, Wu Yan's expression froze. As if she could read Wu Yan's mind, Natsuki snorted coldly. This woman, and the other women from yesterday, they're all your mistresses, right? Wu Yan was too naive. Not only did she know what happened last night with Ikaros, she also knew about how he met Chuju, Mikoto, and the others in the tent. That's... Wu Yan gulped and he grinned sheepishly. He asked her carefully. You weren't asleep last night? Natsuki's confused voice rang in Wu Yan's mind. Don't tell me you didn't know that the host's consciousness is connected to the familiars. Wow. Wu Yan almost jumped out of his skin at the unexpected answer. The host's consciousness is connected to the familiars. In other words, his familiar knows everything he's thinking. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Na Yu's malicious laughter echoed. It seems like he really doesn't know. That's right, even though real familiars have consciousness, they wouldn't come in contact with their host's consciousness. The only familiars that would come in contact with their host's consciousness are the three of us. No, with Agrora, there should be four of us. Wait. Wu Yan interrupted her before she could finish. You're saying that you're not the only one who knows about Ikaros and the others. Nagisa, Kanon, and even Aurora. Wuyan didn't say it out loud, he said it in his heart. However, he managed to imitate the hopeful tone of his voice perfectly. Natsuki thought about it for a bit before she smiled. She didn't answer him directly, she gave him an ambiguous answer. What do you think? That ambiguous answer gave Wu Yan a rough idea of what's going on. A word full of pain escaped from his mouth, it's as if he's exhausted all his strength. Wu Yan weakly laid down on the ground. Then what are they doing now? Why aren't they talking? They went back to sleep. Natsuki replied. Just like me, they both woke up last night. They were lucky enough to see what you were doing here last night. They were also unlucky enough to come into contact with your consciousness and found out about your lovers. One of them was so embarrassed that she couldn't stand it anymore and fell asleep. The other one was so angry that she didn't want to talk to you anymore and also went to sleep. Wu Yan's heart trembled with every word Natsuki said. By the time she was done, Wu Yan's heart was shaking like a nervous system. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying. What about you? What do you plan to do? Ha! Natsuki's voice sounded like a sneer. Natsuki replied. Even though I'm not interested in watching you fool around, I'll let you know when you're done. Don't forget to take care of your familiars. Yes. Wu Yan tried to figure out if Natsuki was angry from her tone, but he gave up when he heard her laugh. He laughed bitterly. Then, aren't you going to come out and meet everyone? No need. Natsuki was as merciless as ever. I'm not in the mood to interact with your mistresses for the time being. The same goes for Nagisa and Kanon. Natsuki seemed to have disappeared after saying that. This time, Wu Yan sensed that Natsuki's consciousness had fallen asleep. He frowned in confusion. I have to pay more attention to my body's condition in the future. Chapter 1007. Under the influence of the clear sky, the atmosphere in the campsite seemed to have livened up. After the night's rest, the garrisons walked out of their tents one by one and began a new day of camp life. Some washed up, some put out the bonfires that had been burning for the whole night, some cooked, and some contacted the higher-ups of their families. For a moment, every corner of the camp was filled with noise and clamor. After keeping watch for an entire night, the patrolling guards yawned and returned to their tents to rest. Those who weren't patrolling the giant beast's forest at night were preparing to gather. Then they would head towards the giant beast's forest to fulfill their duty. Walking out of the only path in front of the lake that was surrounded by mountains on three sides, Wu Yan first saw the Misaka sisters wearing goggles shuttling back and forth between their tents. They seemed to be very busy. Just like the other guards in the campsite, they were preparing to wash up, cook, and head into the behemoth forest to hunt. They were extremely busy. Looking at the sisters who looked exactly the same as him, Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that the Misaka sisters were clones who learned their daily routines from the learning device. Even though they had their own consciousness, they lacked vitality when they moved. It made him feel uncomfortable and pitiful for the Misaka sisters. But now, the Misaka sisters not only moved in a regular manner, they even learned how to cook, wash up, and even communicate with each other. This was something that would not have happened in the past. After all, the Misaka sisters' consciousness was connected to the Misaka network. If they wanted to say something, they could say it through the Misaka network. It was very convenient. Also, it was very efficient. No matter how long they talked, it only took a single thought. It was as if their minds were truly connected. Under such circumstances, the Misaka sisters who relied on their rationality would naturally choose the most convenient way to communicate. At least, that was the case when there were no outsiders around. The Misaka sisters communicated with each other. Almost none. Now, even if there were no outsiders, the Misaka sisters would still communicate with each other in person. All of a sudden, they became very humane. They must have begun to realize that some words could not express the feelings in their hearts if they did not say it personally. Isn't this proof that the Misaka sisters are gradually becoming more like normal people? No, it should be said that if it weren't for the fact that the Misaka sisters all looked exactly the same, which made them feel unreal, and their tone was close to zero emotions, which made them sound too robotic. It wouldn't be too much of a stretch to think that they were normal people right now. The sisters were also trying their best to live their lives in their own way. Looking at the energetic Misaka sisters, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. It seems that the sisters will soon be able to think like normal people. Just as Wu Yan's mind, the Misaka sisters who were closest to him finally noticed his presence. They all looked at Wu Yan. "Oni-sama." Misaka 10047 cheered in surprise. This was the Misaka sister who was expressionless, motionless, and speaking to Wu Yan with a monotonous tone. "It really is Oni-sama. Oni-sama is still alive." Misaka 14309 expressed her feelings after not seeing Oni-sama for a long time. This was the Misaka sister who was expressionless and motionless, but she was looking at Wu Yan as if she was looking at God. "I heard that Lord Big Brother has already abandoned Big Sisters and ran off to find a new lover. Now that you're here, according to Misaka's judgment, it's very likely that you've been dumped." Misaka 9776 didn't hide the secret information she obtained and gave Lord Big Brother a look of disdain. This was the same Misaka sister who was looking at Wu Yan with disdain, but in reality, she was looking at him like he was an animal. According to the secret information given by 9776, Misaka came to a different conclusion. Misaka felt that Oni-sama did not abandon us because he wanted to find a lover, but because he wanted us. Therefore, Misaka 19794 decided to protect Oni-sama and tried to hint Oni-sama. She said she wanted to protect herself, but in the end, she gave a sister who was more likely to cause Wu Yan to suffer the fate of being chopped to death. "I see. Oni-sama finally decided to make a move on Misaka? Do." Misaka 3399 took a step back and hid the joy in her heart. Misaka believes Oni-sama shouldn't abandon us. If Oni-sama wants to make a move on Misaka, Misaka can share Oni-sama with the sisters. Do. Misaka 10976 decided to help the sisters redeem Oni-sama's impure heart and test the waters. Misaka 10029 seconded. Misaka 19909 seconded. Misaka 16300 seconded. Misaka everyone seconded. As the Misaka sisters' words became more and more ridiculous, Wu Yan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Looking at the Misaka sisters getting closer to him, Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He grabbed Ikaro's hand and ran away in a sorry state. Have a normal person's mind? That's going to be tough. Holding the hand of a shy Ikaros, Wu Yan led her into the big tent shared by the rest of the party. There's a big table in the middle of the tent. Around the table, there's a lot of chairs. Counting carefully, it's the exact number of people in Wu Yan's party. There's also a table at the edge of the tent. Other than that, there's nothing else in the tent. This tent is used by Wu Yan and the girls when they are having a meal or discussing important matters. Usually, the girls would gather here when there's nothing to do but to drink tea, eat snacks, and have some fun. A table and chairs are more than enough for that. Currently, Flandra-chan and Yoshino are playing around by the side. Astria and Toka are eating and drinking. The other girls are all sitting on chairs with serious expressions. They look like they're discussing something important. They look like they're discussing something, but it's actually Kotori who's sitting at the head of the table. The girls are quietly listening to her with different expressions. Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku are nonchalant. Shokuha Misaki and Kurumi have an inexplicable smile on their faces. Chuju and Mikoto's expressions are getting darker and darker. Looking at this scene, for some reason, Wu Yan had a bad feeling about this. His intuition is telling him that if he continues to stay here, he won't have a good ending. Wu Yan's expression changed. In the end, he chose to believe in his intuition. He pulled Ikaro's hand and quietly turned around. He then tiptoed away from the tent. Just as Wu Yan was about to leave the tent, Ikaros, who has been looking at him with a confused expression, suddenly spoke up. "What's wrong?" The air suddenly froze. Hearing Ikaros' voice, Wu Yan knew he's in trouble. He quickly channeled his mana to teleport away from this place, but before he could do so, two small hands pressed down on his shoulders. Wu Yan's body trembled. His face stiffened as he slowly turned around. He saw Chuju and Mikoto with bulging veins on their foreheads. Their eyes flashed dangerously as they looked at him. It's that smile that sent a chill down Wu Yan's spine. Gulp. Gulping down his saliva, Wu Yan started to smile obsequiously. What's wrong? Madams? If it was any other time, Hinajiku and Mikoto would have blushed the moment Wu Yan said the words to madams. But this time, the girls didn't blush at all. Instead, their faces darkened. Nothing. Chuju and Mikoto spoke up at the same time. We just want you to introduce your new sisters to us. Wu Yan's vision darkened. There's only one thought left in his mind. It's over. Chapter 1008. Introduce the new sisters to you guys. That's all. Wu Yan screamed in his mind when he saw Chuju and Mikoto's gloomy faces. This isn't just all. It's obvious that Chuju and Mikoto already know about Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon. No, it's more accurate to say that all the girls know about them. No wonder Kotori was the only one talking while the girls were listening. Kotori was the one who told them all about what he did during the devouring blood raid. She must have emphasized what happened to Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, and the others. Wu Yan glared at Kotori. What he got in return was a sweet smile. She closed one of her eyes at Wu Yan and giggled with a sweet voice that only a little sister would have. Do your best, Onia. Wu Yan burst into tears at this moment. Kanon aside, it was Kotori who instigated Nagisa to throw herself at him, and Natsuki was also Kotori who told him to conquer Natsuki in order to prove the ability of the Yao Beast mark. Although he did develop feelings for them, Kotori was the main culprit. Why did he have to swallow the bitter fruit? Wu Yan gnashed his teeth as he glared at Kotori, who was smiling sweetly at him. He sneered. Kotori didn't care about Wu Yan's sneer. Shoko Misaki's face turned pale and she shuddered. She looked at Kotori with pity in her eyes. Back then, Arjusama also added insult to injury, and a certain wolf took revenge on her. He attacked her tent in the middle of the night and gave her a humiliating performance. Looks like Kotori won't be able to escape this. Of course. It doesn't matter when this humiliating performance befalls Kotori. Now, he has to deal with Hinajiku and Mikoto, these two vinegar buckets. No, it's not just Chuju and Mikoto who are jealous, there's a huge jealous one here. Is what they said true? Shido, amidst the roar of the battle cry, a voice rang out. Toka shot towards Wu Yan like an arrow. Her expression was ferocious. Wu Yan was startled. Just when Wu Yan thought Toka was going to denounce him, Toka said something. Did you have a child with another woman? Before he could finish his words, everyone on the scene fell to the ground with a series of li-li-pala sounds. Kotori! This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to look at Kotori. But Kotori was stunned. When did I say that he had a child with another woman? A question mark appeared on 10 Fragrance's forehead. She blinked her large purple eyes. I didn't say it was Kotori, it was Kurumi. Kurumi? Everyone looked at Kurumi in shock. Sensing everyone's gaze, Kurumi tilted her head and smiled. I think it's more interesting this way. Wu Yan and the girls were speechless. Toka pulled on Wu Yan's sleeve innocently and looked at him with big curious eyes. By the way, Shido, what is having a child? His breath got stuck in his chest and he almost died from not being able to catch his breath. While the girls were trying their best to hold back their laughter, Wu Yan forced a smile. If you don't know what having a child is, why did you yell at me? Toka was stunned. She punched her palm. Oh yeah, why did I yell at you? Ah. The girls couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. They giggled and Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a little annoyed by them. Ahem. After suppressing their laughter, Chuju and Mikoto turned serious and looked at Wu Yan. Aren't you going to explain it to us? Their voices are still low, but the gloominess on their faces disappeared. Only seriousness remained. Wu Yan released a sigh of relief and he secretly thanked Kurumi and Toka. However, when Wu Yan looked at Kurumi with gratitude, she gave him a beautiful smile. Wu Yan flinched and he was surprised. Could it be that Kurumi deliberately told Zhuxiang that in order to help him? Wu Yan couldn't come up with an answer for the time being. Wu Yan shook his head and looked at Chuju and Mikoto. He smiled awkwardly. You heard it from Kotori, right? Then they should know that they are in my body and have fallen into a deep sleep. They probably won't come out in a short period of time. According to Natsuki, they don't want to come out to meet the girls for now. Of course, Wu Yan can't say that. He used a vague excuse to brush them off. When Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon are mentally prepared, he will let them meet up with each other. The girls seemed to have thought of something and they looked at each other. They stopped talking about the introduction, including Chuju and Mikoto. Well, even though they looked a little unhappy, that's right, only Shokuha Misaki, after looking at everyone around her, suddenly started crying. Little Yen, you're such a bad person. We have to deal with the people in the camp and plan for the future. Our sisters even go hunting in the giant beasts forest every day. It's normal for us to get injured if we don't do well. But you, the atmosphere tensed up again after hearing Shokuha Misaki's words. Not to mention Hinajiku and Mikoto, even Kinuda Sai, Frenda, Astria, Kurumi, and Takitsubu Riku, who didn't care about this matter, looked at Wu Yan with an uncomfortable expression. Wu Yan's heart clenched as he felt guilty for what he did to Wu Yan. Indeed, as Shokuha Misaki said, the girls in the camp must be worried about the Spalier world every day. Under such circumstances, he lived the life he wanted. He was a jerk. Wu Yan looked apologetic. He lowered his head and covered his face with his bangs. The girls panicked when they saw Wu Yan's reaction. Their dissatisfaction disappeared and was replaced with heartache. This is what girls are like. They are kind and considerate girls who care about Wu Yan. No matter what Wu Yan did, no matter how much injustice they feel, they will still act with Wu Yan as their everything. No matter how unreasonable it is, it's all the same. Yen. Hinajiku and Mikoto came to Wu Yan's side. They wanted to say something but they couldn't bring themselves to say it. They looked at Shokuha Misaki with pleading eyes. Shokuha Misaki gave them a confident smile and suddenly changed the topic. Allah, my bag seems to be a bit broken. When he said that, everyone was stunned. Wu Yan was the same. However, he miraculously reacted and quickly replied. I remember there is a shop in the supply town that sells good bags. I will buy one for you next time. Shokuha Misaki immediately smiled. Unlike the professional smiles from before, this smile came from the bottom of Shokuha Misaki's heart. Wu Yan understood why Shokuha Misaki suddenly blamed him. Shokuha Misaki didn't blame him for leaving Silveria's matters to them. She was just using this as an excuse to act coquettishly. That's right. She's acting coquettishly. Maybe Shokuha Misaki is worried about not being able to be as intimate with Wu Yan as she used to be. That's why she's acting like a spoiled child in front of him. At the end of the day, Shokuha Misaki is just a normal girl. The girls seemed to have realized what was going on. They looked at each other and smiled. My clothes are getting old too. I wonder if the supply town sells gotai? Era, I need a hair accessory too. Astria wants to eat cake. Flan wants cake too. The girl's noisy voice echoed in Wu Yan's ears, but in Wu Yan's ears, this noisy voice sounded like the most beautiful music in the world. His heart melted. Chapter 1009. The Behemoth Forest was a natural treasure trove. This was something that everyone in the Spalier world, even ordinary people who didn't train, knew. As a paradise for magical beasts, the Behemoth Forest had an inexhaustible supply of magical beasts. This was because the Behemoth Forest was extremely vast, so the magical beast capacity was also relatively high. More importantly, magical beasts' reproductive ability was generally much higher than that of humans. Humans hunted magical beasts and used their skin, flesh, and torsos to create armaments, medicines, and other resources that were beneficial to the development of the Spalier world. This wasn't something that happened in a day or two. It was something that humans had been doing ever since they gained consciousness and knew how to train. But even so, until now, after who knows how many tens of thousands of years, the behemoth forest still had an abundance of magical beasts. There had never been a magical beast species that went extinct. Even if there was a magical beast species that became rare for a period of time, it would recover after a few years. From this, it could be seen that the behemoth forest's magical beasts' reproductive ability and capacity were extremely high. Not only that, but there were also all kinds of heavenly treasures in the behemoth forest that could be used for all kinds of purposes. Some of the real treasures would even attract countless experts to fight over them. It was also something that had caused a bloody storm in the Spalier world before. Therefore, the behemoth forest's position in the Spalier world was extremely important, so important that it couldn't be replaced. The Spalier world had once given birth to 4 gods, and these 4 gods had relied on the help of the divine power. Suddenly, they had reached the level of life and finally evolved, reaching the true peak. Unfortunately, the disappearance of the divine power had caused the Spalier world to lose all gods. They would forever lose god-level experts. If the disappearance of the divine power had caused the Spalier world to no longer have god-level experts, then the disappearance of the behemoth forest would very likely cause the Spalier world's martial power level to plummet to the very end. They might even lose demigod experts, or even level 9 experts. This was not an exaggeration. After all, not everyone was so talented. Although demigods were powerful, they must have consumed some treasures that could increase their power and break through their current level. Only then would they be able to reach this level in their lifetime. They would only be able to become demigods smoothly. Once the Spalier world lost the behemoth forest and these heavenly treasures, it would be much more difficult to break through to the next level. In the end, there might not even be anyone who could break through to the next level. In addition, equipment and tools resources, they would all Therefore, the behemoth forest was. In the past, there were humans who wanted to occupy the behemoth forest and obtain all the behemoth forest's resources. However, all of them failed in the end because the behemoth forest was too unsuitable for humans to live in. Those who had such thoughts were caught off guard. Since then, the behemoth forest had completely become the world of magical beasts. Although humans would go there every day to hunt, no one had ever built a place to live in. Until today, in a corner between the behemoth forest's outer and inner regions, there was a rather wide open space. The open space was very ordinary. The terrain was flat without any slope. It was surrounded by many huge trees. Other than the trees, there was nothing else on the open space. There was only flat ground made of rocks. At this moment, on the flat ground, there were figures scattered around in 2s and 3s. They were looking at the open space, as if they were sizing something up. It's Wu Yan's group. Standing in front of the girls, Wu Yan looked around the open space with a frown. He then looked at Shokuho Misaki. Are you sure you want to build a base here? Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were serious. He said worriedly, Don't forget, this is the behemoth forest. It's because this is the behemoth forest that I want to build a base here. Shokuho Misaki smiled, but her eyes were serious. In any case, the sisters will come here every day to hunt for resources and earn experience points. In that case, instead of finding another place for them and having them come here every day, why don't we just let them use the giant beast forest as their base? But won't that be dangerous? Mikoto was worried. This is demonic beast territory. What if we get surrounded by demonic beasts? Or if a demonic beast that's too high level attacks us, what do we do? Also, this place isn't suitable for living. We need food and water first. Also, the Beast King might be here. Misaka-sen, don't worry so much. Shokuho Misaki smiled bitterly at Mikoto's nagging. How can a demonic beast horde break through the defense line of 20,000 sisters? High-level demonic beasts won't be able to come to this place. As for food and water, it's a big problem for the people of the Spalier world. But Xiaoyan has a system. I'm sure it won't be hard for her to find items that can provide her with food and water, right? What if something unexpected happens? Like last time, didn't you also say that the sisters would be fine here? But then the Beast King appeared and the demonic beasts went berserk. The sisters are still trapped here. We can't guarantee that this won't happen again. Mikoto said stubbornly. Shokuha Misaki shook her head helplessly at Mikoto's stubbornness. She looked at Wu Yen for help. Wu Yen looked at her helplessly. It's okay, Mikoto. Holding her hand, he shook his head. What you said makes sense, but Misaka-san's idea is correct. Instead of letting the sisters wander around outside, why don't we just use this place as our base? It'll be more convenient, but… Mikoto opened her mouth worriedly. Every sister is her favorite, she doesn't want to see them get hurt. After all, in her heart, she has always felt that she owes them. Shokuha Misaki, who has always been against her, didn't argue with her on this matter. Don't worry. Wu Yen consoled her with a smile. Once the base is completed, I will set up the highest level defensive barrier here. I will also set up some defensive spells. It just so happens that I have obtained some powerful ancient weapons in this dungeon world. I will use them to defend this base. Even if a real Beast King appears, it will be able to hold them off for a while. Moreover, we can also set up a teleportation point in the base. If something really happens, we can rush back at any time. Besides, we won't always be outside. This is not only our sister's base of operations, but also our base of operations. Mikoto fell silent. The other girls didn't speak either. They waited for Mikoto's decision. If Mikoto insists on not setting up a base in the Behemoth Forest, then they will compromise. As if she sensed their thoughts, Mikoto's brown eyes revealed a helpless expression. She nodded and agreed. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Don't be fooled by Mikoto's carefree and valiant appearance. In certain aspects, she's even more fragile than a normal girl. She's also terrifyingly stubborn in certain aspects. If she really gets into a fight, even Wu Yen can't do anything about it, unless it's under the blanket. Then, how should we build it? The space. The girls all looked at Wu Yen. Wu Yen scratched his face and frowned. If it's just building a base, there are many ways to do so in the system. However, considering the sisters' safety and external defense, the base's level can't be too low. It might even need to be equipped with some defensive measures. If that's the case, the points. If it's just the points, we can solve a lot of the problems here. Shokuha Misaki took out a space ring and handed it to Wu Yen. The sisters' efforts weren't in vain. There are quite a few monster carcasses, magic crystals, and eggs inside. We should be able to exchange them for item points, ability points, and summoning points. As for equipment points, there's nothing we can do about it. If it's just equipment points, it won't be a problem. We don't need that many equipment points anyway. Wu Yen smiled. Let's go back and exchange everything we need. Then, let the sisters build it here. The girls nodded. Chapter 10:10. Behemoth Forest, Campsite. 10 days have passed since Wu Yen returned to the Spalier world from the Bloodlust Rampage dungeon. In these 10 days, the Behemoth Forest campsite has passed by in an unexpectedly peaceful manner. It's not as chaotic as it was a few days ago. People died, people turned into monsters of unknown origin, causing everyone to panic. The current camp was like a sunny day after a storm. Other than some of the usual small fights and schemes, there was basically nothing major happening. This could be considered another kind of tranquility. It allowed Pelosi, who had been on tenterhooks, to have time to let go of the sense of urgency in his heart and let out a sigh of relief. Of course, that's only for Wu Yan's group. In these 10 days, something major has happened in the campsite. It's the appointment of a new person in charge. This is to be expected. Pelosi's abilities are outstanding. Even though it's tiring to manage the campsite by himself, he still manages the campsite in a disciplined manner. However, Pelosi is still a member of the Lori family. If he's the only person in charge of the campsite, then the Ailu Empire's campsite will become the Lori family's campsite. Even if the Lori family is willing to see this happen, the Saito and Ladine families aren't willing to see this happen. Thus, halfway through the 10 days, the Ailu Empire's royal family finally gave the order to appoint a new person in charge of the campsite. From the Saito family and the Ladine family, he chose one person from each family to come here and work with Pelosi to manage the camp. As one of the three great families of the Ailu Empire, it's reasonable for the royal family to choose someone from one of the three great families to be in charge of the campsite. The other high-ranking members of the other families also expected this to happen. However, they're still somewhat dissatisfied. During this period of time, in order to be chosen as the person in charge of the campsite, they've done a lot of things in the dark. They've tried to bribe, and curry favor. There were even cases where they would assassinate those who met the conditions. Now that they had received such a result, one could imagine the anger in these people's hearts. Some of them even complained to the imperial family, saying that the imperial family was biased towards the three great clans, which attracted a lot of ridicule. The reason why the three great clans were called the three great clans was because their strength and ability far exceeded the average clans in the Ailu Empire. Gaining the recognition of the Ailu Empire's royal family was like an emperor arranging for someone to do something important. Normally, he would choose someone he trusted, someone whose position was close to his own. There was no reason for him to choose a small official. Therefore, these unreasonable people were all choked back by the imperial family's words. If you want to be in charge, that's fine too. Just drag one of the three great clans down from their position. It was a simple sentence with a reasonable answer. This time, no one else responded. What a joke! They could still fight for the position of the person in charge, but if they were to go against the people from the three great clans, it would be strange if their clan's resources were not completely wiped out. Those who couldn't be chosen were vexed, while those who were chosen were also vexed. This time, the person in charge sent by the Saito and Ladin clans weren't strangers. On the contrary, they were people Wu Yan was very familiar with. Bingling and Bishi. Peak Type 8 powerhouses were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. Even with the three great clans, each clan would only have 2 or 3 Peak Type 8 powerhouses, and these Peak Type 8 powerhouses. These Peak Rank 8 experts were either the patriarch of the three great clans or the second in command. They couldn't possibly let the patriarch be the person in charge, right? What would happen to their own clans if they did? Therefore, the camp's second in command had to be sent out. Unfortunately, the second in command of the Saito clan, Marcus, became a traitor and a monster. He was killed by Wu Yan in front of so many people. The second in command of the Ladin clan, Andrew, was also killed without a word for offending Wu Yan. How could the two great clans have any extra peak rank 8 experts to be their second in command? Maybe they could send out an advanced rank 8 expert. Even if they don't have a peak rank 8 expert, they should at least have an advanced rank 8 expert. They did have some, but these advanced rank 8 experts weren't qualified to be the camp's overseers. At least, they weren't qualified to be the camp's overseers. The other clans sent out their second in command, but they sent someone of average rank. Wouldn't that be a joke? As a result, the two clans had no choice but to send out the next pillars of their clans. Bingling and Bishi, if there were no accidents, they would be the next patriarchs of their respective clans. In terms of status, they were qualified. In terms of strength, they weren't strong enough. However, it wouldn't be a problem to send a few powerful guards to protect them. However, the strength of a peak 7th Order warrior was still too weak. If they were to walk out of the Saito family and Ladin family, the two families would have to pay a heavy price to raise Bingling and Baishi's strength to the 8th Order warrior level. That was why the Saito family and Ladin family had to pay a heavy price to raise Bingling and Baishi's strength to the 8th Order. 2 rank 8 experts under the age of 25. The future patriarchs of their respective clans. These 2 titles were more than enough to be the camp's overseer. It's worth mentioning that since the Saito clan's second in command and future second in command were destroyed by Wu Yan, some of the guards brought by Bingling were clamoring to get revenge for their clan. Along with other rank 8 experts, they formed a group and charged towards Wu Yan's area. In the end, in less than 10 minutes, these people were all thrown out one by the furious girls, including Ikaros. After the previous incident where he acted like a spoiled brat, Wu Yan seemed to have found his conscience. During this period of time, he showered each of the girls with a fiery love. It's as if he's holding them in the palm of his hand, afraid that they'll fall, afraid that they'll melt in his mouth. all of the girls enjoyed an exceedingly mushy yet comforting tenderness. It wasn't easy for the girls to wait for Wu Yan's long-awaited love other than rolling in the sheets. In the end, under the taunts and ridicule of these annoying guys, Wu Yan's face that always had a sweet smile on it turned dark and gloomy. How can the girls who have enjoyed his love and care stand by and watch this? Even someone like Ikaros couldn't hold back her anger, let alone the other girls. It can only be said that these people don't look at the almanac when they leave the house. They deserve to be F***ed. After this incident spread, the respect the people in the camp have for Wu Yan's group increased. With this group of people who aren't afraid of anything, even if the next emperor of the royal family came, they would still be fine. Living together with them is no different from living with a tiger. After all, no one wants to offend this group of unscrupulous people and bring trouble to themselves. Because of this, the people in the camp kept a respectful distance from Wu Yan's group. They didn't notice that in the forest where Wu Yan's group was staying, quite a number of Misaka girls didn't even come back from the behemoth forest at night. More and more of them came back. Therefore, those who weren't chosen as the person in charge were vexed, those who were chosen were vexed, the guards in the camp were vexed, the girls were vexed, even Wu Yan was vexed at this moment. Sigh. Sitting on the bed in his tent, Wu Yan looked at his personal list floating in front of him. Only he and the girls can see it. Wu Yan let out a sigh. In order to build a safe and secure base for the 20,000 Misaka sisters, Wu Yan spent quite a bit of his fortune on this project. Right now, all the items that needed to be exchanged had been exchanged and handed over to the Misaka sisters. They were starting to use these items to build their own base. He believed that with the convenience of the system's items, a base that could accommodate 20 to 30,000 people would be built in a few months' time. Because of this, Wu Yan's equipment points, item points, and even ability points are almost empty. This is even after adding in the points that the girls obtained from hunting. Otherwise, Wu Yan's points wouldn't be enough. Wu Yan pursed his lips when he saw that the system didn't seem to have any points on the three options. Should I hand over the things in the ring of gold as well? Wu Yan muttered to himself as he looked at the fourth point on the system list. It's also the only point that he hasn't used yet, summoning points. Chapter 10-11. Most of his equipment points, item points, and ability points were used to construct the base. Wu Yan only had summoning points that he did not use to construct the base. After all, summoning points are used to summon characters from the instance dungeon to his side. Unlike the other three types of points, when building a base, he would have to use a little of it. Once the base gets bigger, the amount of points would be too much to bear. If it wasn't for the ring of gold, he would be considered poor right now. Among the four types of points, Wu Yan had the most item points. But now, he has almost used up all his item points along with his ability points and equipment points. On the other hand, his summoning points, which weren't that impressive in the first place, were kept intact. Adding in the spoils of the Misaka sisters, his summoning points increased instead of decreasing. Wu Yan crossed his arms in front of his chest as he stared at the only summoning point that he had not used up. Since the other 3 points were almost used up, he might as well use the summoning point as well. The moment he thought of this, he could not stop himself. Logically speaking, Wu Yan, who had just realized that he owed the girls, should not summon new characters to his side. Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon were still in his body and had no intention of meeting the girls. This was a big problem. Summoning new characters on the basis of this problem. Without a doubt, it would only add fuel to the fire and make the young girls really angry. Based on the feelings the girls have for him, this bit of resentment would have to be pacified sooner or later. However, Wu Yan, who understood the hardships the girls went through, didn't want to see any trace of unhappiness on their faces. This is also one of the reasons why he dotes on the girls so much these days. Even if he was tempted, Wu Yan shouldn't be summoning any new characters at this point in time. But this time, Wu Yan really wanted to summon new characters. Because he wanted to summon someone. Not a new character, but an old acquaintance. He opened the summoning list and dragged his finger across the illusory list. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like he was gesturing something in the air. but in Wu Yan's eyes. Following the movement of his fingers, the system list was also changing, allowing him to find his target. Yukumo Purple, a powerful monster from the land of fantasy. One of the founders of the fantasy village. Along with the previous generations of Boli witches, she maintains the Boli Great Barrier. She is an indispensable existence in the fantasy village. Summoning points, 1 million. Indeed, the person that Wu Yan wanted to summon was Yukumo Yukari, whom he had temporarily summoned with the help of the system. Even though he only spent a week with Yukari, he didn't forget about this black-bellied, shrewd person who took care of them like a big sister at critical moments. She even helped them solve their problems. Other than a lot of troublesome big monsters, Wu Yan and Co. didn't forget about her. Wu Yan summoned Yukari because he wanted her to help him defeat the Beast King. Unlike the other girls, Wu Yan summoned Yukari after careful consideration. He only summoned Yukari because he wanted her to be his companion. To put it bluntly, summoning Purple was a bit like summoning a fighter, a tool to help him solve his problems. Of course, in such a critical situation he had no choice. If he didn't summon Purple, not only Wu Yan himself, but also the girls might die in the hands of the Beast King. Wu Yan had been using this excuse to comfort himself. Who would have thought that Purple could use her ability to extend the time she spent in the Spalier world and temporarily stay with Wu Yan and the others? This was really unexpected. What was even more unexpected was that this intelligent and shrewd big monster had carefully taken care of everyone in Wu Yan's group during that short period of time. To be honest, Wu Yan didn't believe that Yukari would treat him and the others as her companions just because she became his summon. With Yukari's shrewdness and intelligence, there's no way she would protect someone she just met for the first time. At most, she would lend a helping hand when she felt like it. If she really put her heart and soul into it, let alone outsiders, even those who know Yukari and Gensokyo wouldn't be able to make her do so. But the result was that during that period of time, Purple not only got along well with them, but also played the role of a big sister and took good care of them. Even when the summoning time was up, Purple left a drop of her blood for Wu Yan. Even when she left, she used her own way to protect Wu. Obviously, they had only known each other for a week, so there was no need for Purple to go to this extent. Wu Yan didn't know whether Purple had her own considerations and calculations, or she had really developed feelings for them in this short period of time, but the reluctant smile on her face before she left was definitely not fake. Based on this alone, even if Purple had her own calculations, Wu Yan was willing to fall into it. He believed that the other girls must have thought the same. Now, the time since Purple left them was about a month in the Spalier world. However, for Wu Yan, who had been to the Sword and Saber Dominion and the Blood Frenzy after Purple left, it had been a few years. He also missed the sage monster who was sometimes bad and sometimes good, sometimes evil and sometimes shameless. Moreover, if he summoned Purple, the girls wouldn't have any objections. She was the best summoner. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Wu Yan immediately decided to summon Purple. However, when he saw the words 1 million summoning points, his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. The system had been updated once, and after that update, the exchange value of points had also changed. A small number of points could have a greater value. Take the summoning points for example. The original 10,000 summoning points were roughly equivalent to 1,000 summoning points now. The value had shrunk by 10 times. In other words, in the past, the summoning points needed to summon Purple was at least 10 million summoning points. Even now, it still needs 1 million summoning points. As expected of a monster, a demigod. Wu Yan smiled bitterly as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. He didn't use his summoning points, but he only has about 40,000 to 50,000 summoning points. Including the Misaka sisters' summoning points, he only has about 100,000 summoning points. 100,000 summoning points is only 10% of the summoning points. Looks like I have to use my trump card. With a wave of his hand, a crimson spatial ripple appeared in front of Wu Yan. The ripple then spat out a golden ring. His consciousness entered the ring of gold and he started searching for treasures that can be exchanged for summoning points. After about half an hour of searching, he finally gathered 1 million summoning points. However, The items in the ring of gold that can be exchanged for summoning points are now less than 10% of the items in the ring that can be exchanged for summoning points. However, it was worth it to be able to summon purple. After confirming that he had enough summoning points, Wu Yan clicked on summon. *bus. A dazzling white light rose up within the tent. Unfortunately, no matter how blinding the white light is, Wu Yan didn't pay attention to it. His gaze pierced through the white light and was attracted by a beautiful figure. It's a girl who's dressed in a weird way. She wore a pink and white princess dress with pleated edges. The front part of her body had a Taoist robe engraved with the 8 trigrams. Her golden hair was slightly curled, and there were a few small red butterfly knots at the end of her hair. She wore a lace round hat on her head, and the front of the hat also had a red ribbon in the shape of a butterfly knot, which set off the girl's beauty. At this time, the girl was holding a parasol in one hand and a paper fan in the other. Her eyes were closed and her noble and beautiful face looked peaceful under the white light. It was as if the girl was supposed to sleep under the bright light. There was a mysterious aura around her that made it impossible for people to ignore her presence. This girl is Yakumo Yukari. After a few years, the shrewd and intelligent demon sage was still as beautiful as if she had returned from a painting. The faintly discernible trace of a powerful aura that made one's heart tremble seemed to be telling the world, "Don't worry. She, Yakumo Yukari, has returned." Chapter 10-12. Not only did the glaring white light fill the entire tent, even the outside of the tent flickered with rays of light, which were exceptionally intense. However, in Wu Yan's eyes, no matter how strong the white light was, it was not as dazzling as the beautiful girl in front of him. For a moment, he was stunned. Sensing Wu Yan's gaze, Yukari's eyelids fluttered. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of purple crystal-like eyes in the air. They were also exposed to the intense white light, adding a touch of color to the pure white light. Wu Yan, who was standing in front of Amethyst, naturally met Amethyst's gaze. For a moment, Wu Yan did not dare to look Amethyst in the eye. He had the urge to move his eyes away. His heart pounded faster and faster, causing Wu Yan to smile bitterly. Maybe Yukari woke up from her stupor because her eyes regained some life. However, when Yukari saw Wu Yan standing in front of her, she blanked out for a bit. Isn't my summoning time up? Why do I see Xiao Yan? Wu Yan flinched when he heard this. Then, he remembered that if he didn't enter a certain dungeon world, the time in those dungeons would stop flowing. In other words, for Wu Yan and the others, they had been separated from Amethyst for a while. However, for Amethyst, she only closed her eyes for a moment. It was not even a second. When she opened her eyes again, he was in front of her again. Amethyst's consciousness. She should still be in the moment when he left, right? Thinking of this, Wu Yan smiled bitterly again. If he was in Amethyst's place, he would be separated from her 1 second and then reunited with her the next second. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to react. Unfortunately, Wu Yan underestimated Amethyst. As if she recalled something, the confusion in her eyes faded away, replaced by her usual shrewdness. Looking at Wu Yan who is standing in front of her, Yukari smiled. She smiled helplessly. "It seems I was summoned by you again, Xiao Yan." As expected of the legendary sage demons. Even if he didn't personally experience it, he was able to understand the situation just by looking at the current situation. It was truly amazing. Even Shokuhu Misaki wouldn't be able to compare to this level of intelligence. A trace of admiration rose in his heart. Seeing Amethyst's helpless expression, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. No matter how smart she was, she would still feel awkward when she was saying goodbye 1 second and then reappearing the next. Wu Yan held back his laughter and waved at Amethyst. "Long time no see, Amethyst." "Long time no see." Amethyst rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. "It's only been a blink of an eye for me. But for me, I haven't seen you in years." Wu Yan giggled and he pounced at Yukari with open arms. "It's great to see you again." Just as Wu Yan was about to embrace Amethyst, a paper fan hit Wu Yan on the head and knocked him down. Era. Yukari put away her paper fan and looked at Wu Yen, who was howling in pain on the ground. She said with a smile that isn't a smile. His strength has increased by quite a bit, and even his courage has grown by quite a bit. Are you finally going to target me? You misunderstood, Amethyst. Wu Yen held his head and quickly stood up. This is an action derived from the joy of our reunion. Is that so? Yukari blinked and she laughed at Wu Yan's intentions. Aren't you using the joy of our reunion to take advantage of me? Of course not. Wu Yen awkwardly scratched his cheeks. He felt like there's nothing he can hide from Yukari's eyes. He couldn't hide his thoughts from those deep purple eyes. He could only helplessly say it out loud. Anyway, welcome back, Amethyst. Hearing this, the inexplicable smile in Amethyst's eyes slowly disappeared. The expression on her face relaxed a lot and became gentler. From the day you summoned me, little Yen, I knew I'd be at your beck and call for the rest of my life. Amethyst's voice slowly drifted out from under the fan as she skillfully waved the paper fan in her hand to cover the area below her nose. It's not a good thing to be targeted by you. You're joking. Wu Yen shook his head with a wry smile. If you don't want to, who can order you around? The corner of Amethyst's mouth twitched and her eyes turned serious. I didn't believe it before, but now. Frowning slightly, Violet's tone became rather displeased. Without any self-awareness, his life was taken away and merged with someone else. Even his own body had to be summoned here and there. If such a situation had happened, it wouldn't be strange if something else were to happen. Amethyst's annoyance reverberated in Wu Yan's ears. Wu Yan felt resentful. He knew Amethyst wasn't blaming him for summoning her around. She might have when they first met, but after spending some time together, she should understand that he wasn't the kind of person who would force girls to do things he didn't want them to do. What Amethyst was upset about was the feeling of being unable to control herself. As the founder of the fantasy village and a sage of demons with the power of the realm, Amethyst's strength had long reached the transcendent realm. It was difficult to find someone who could compare with her. Amethyst had always been confident that even though she wasn't the strongest in the fantasy village, the strongest person wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Despite having such power, Yukari was still summoned by the system. She was robbed of her life and assimilated into Wu Yan's body. This feeling of not being under her own control and being at the mercy of the system, for someone as prideful as Yukari, this must be a very uncomfortable feeling. Wu Yan even suspected that Amethyst had used the power of the realm to resist the system's summon time and let him stay in the Spalier world. It wasn't because she was interested in this world, but because she was resisting the fact that she couldn't control herself. She was Amethyst. How could she be obedient and let herself be at the mercy of others? As Wu Yan said, without Amethyst's permission, no one could order her around. Even if she was stronger than Amethyst, she would find a chance to fight back. Even if she couldn't win, she would at least destroy her opponent's car. Amethyst may seem approachable, but she was still the sage of demons who made all demons and even living creatures tremble. The trace of admiration in his heart gradually turned into admiration. Looking at Amethyst's expressionless face and dissatisfied eyes, Wu Yan didn't mince his words. Amethyst, you really are an amazing person. Amethyst's pretty face was slightly stunned. She couldn't help but smile. Little Yen is amazing too. I'm very happy to have met someone like you. Is that so? Wu Yan shrugged and he continued with a smile. What about the reunion hug? Zi's smiling face collapsed. She resisted the urge to roll her eyes and felt all kinds of annoyance. All right. Take it as a gift from an older sister to a younger brother. Younger brother? Wu Yan retorted. How could it be younger brother? I'm already in my 20s. You're only in your 20s? Before she could finish her sentence, Zi's voice seemed to be stuck in her throat and stopped abruptly. A mischievous grin appeared on Wu Yan's face. Already what? Why don't you continue? Amethyst glanced at Wu Yan and snorted. I'm already 17. 17? Who are you kidding? Shaking his head, Wu Yan laughed mischievously. Then I'm older. How could it be a gift from an older sister to a younger brother? It should be a brother's love for a younger sister he hasn't seen in a long time. Little sister. Even Violet's mouth couldn't help but twitch after being called little sister. Seeing Amethyst's uneasiness, Wu Yan smiled proudly. He opened his arms and hugged Amethyst. In the next moment, a burst of fragrance and softness entered Wu Yan's nose and mind at the same time. Amethyst's expression was somewhat helpless. But this time, she didn't resist Wu Yan's hug. She just patted his shoulder and smiled warmly. Chapter 10:13. Behemoth Forest, Camp. Inside the tent, the girls who gathered together every day were discussing something. To be more precise, Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuha Misaki, and Kotori were discussing something. Kurumi was leisurely sipping her tea. She didn't participate in the discussion at all. Astria and Toka were having a competition of eating. Flandre-chan was cheering for Astria while Yoshino was cheering for Toka. The four of them were having a good time, but they kept their voices low so as not to disturb Chuju, Mikoto, and the others. Astria, Toka, Flandre-chan, and Yoshino knew there was nothing they could do in a serious discussion like this. They wanted to help, but they weren't strong enough to do so. The only thing they could do was to try their best not to disturb the other girls. When the time comes, they will do their best to help. As for the rest of the time, they just need to be themselves. This was what Chuju, Mikoto, and the others told them. Kinohita Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku were the same. Compared to Astria and the others, these three used to be Black Ops in Academy City. Logically speaking, this kind of discussion is nothing out of the ordinary for them. But when it comes to discussion, they are better at taking action. That's why they usually don't participate in the girls' discussion unless it's absolutely necessary. They will wait until the girls have something to do and they will take over the task. Their respective tasks are well distributed. Because of this, every time the girls discuss something, it's usually Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuha Misaki, Kotori, or Kurumi. That's it. At this time, Chuju and the others were discussing the Behemoth Forest base. Under Wu Yan's control, all the materials needed to build the base have been gathered. The sisters started bringing these materials to the base to build the base. The girls, on the other hand, are busy building the base. His role was to supervise the work. If he noticed any problems, he would discuss it with him. Of course, although the girls were discussing the matters of the base, it wasn't because of any problems. They were just estimating when it would be completed. Also, if anyone notices a problem, they will bring it up to discuss it. It had to be said that the items in the system were miraculous. A base that could accommodate 20 to 30,000 people, if built according to the normal construction process, might not even be completed in a year and a half, but with the items in the system. It saved them a lot of trouble. In just a few days' time, with the help of the system's tools and the efforts of his sisters, the vast base was now almost 1/5 complete. This is even taking into account the defensive measures Wu Yan prepared for the base. Or else, it wouldn't even take a day to build a shelter. In other words, after the girls concluded their discussion, Kotori tapped on a design on the table. Will it take about a month for the base to be completely completed? With the sisters' efficiency and teamwork, we should be able to shorten the time. Shokuha Misaki brushed her blonde hair. It was a normal action, but it gave her a different kind of charm. But it's better to make it longer than shorter. The girls all nodded in agreement, but Hinajuku seemed a little confused. There are only about 10,000 sisters who participated in the construction of the base, right? Why don't we let the other 10,000 sisters participate as well? We should be able to shorten the time by half, right? That won't do. Chuju was the one who replied. Mikoto was the one who replied. If all the sisters are not in the camp, it will definitely attract the attention of others. When the time comes, our base in the giant beast forest will be discovered. That is not a good thing. That's right. Shokuha Misaki nodded. Her eyes flashed with wisdom. The fewer people who know, the safer the sisters will be in the Behemoth Forest. We already have to deal with the demonic beasts in the first place. If we let other people harass us, It will be much more dangerous than the demonic beasts. At least the demonic beasts will only charge forward while the people will hide and ambush us." Hinajiku was relieved. The trio who had been quietly listening to their conversation nodded their heads. They had worked in the Black Ops before. Naturally, the Black Ops wasn't a department that could be exposed to the public. They had done a lot of sneak attacks, including the seemingly honest Takitsubo Riku. "Then let's wait for another month. We'll leave the base in a month." Chuju slammed the table and crossed her arms. "Even I think we're being too thick-skinned by staying in other people's territory." Mikoto bitterly smiled. She seems to have the same idea. Shokuhun Misaki, Kotori, and Kurumi didn't agree, but they didn't say anything. They don't want to stay here either. It's better to have their own territory. Mikoto glanced at Chuju, Shokuhun Misaki, Kotori, and Kurumi. Her gaze stopped on Kotori. Mikoto hesitated for a moment before asking Kotori. "Hey, Kotori, what kind of girls are the 3 girls in Yan's body?" The girls were stunned. Shokuhun Misaki was the first to laugh. She covered her mouth and started teasing. Misaka-san, do you care that much?" Who cares?" Mikoto jumped up from her chair, her face flushed red as she screamed, "What woman is he looking for outside? It has nothing to do with me." "Misaka-san, what you said isn't true at all." Shokuhun Misaki smiled meaningfully. "Don't tell me you're not jealous that those 3 girls can become Xiao Yan's familiars and become one with him." "Of course not," Mikoto said without hesitation. Everyone could see the change in her eyes. Mikoto wasn't the only one who felt that way. Everyone else felt the same way when they heard Shokuhun Misaki's words. Jealousy? Flandre-chan seemed to have lost all her energy. She said what the other girls were thinking. Flandre-chan wants to become Oni-san-san's familiar too. That way, she can be with Oni-san forever. Yono seemed to be moved as well. Her face was red and she didn't say anything for a long time. The other girls had different expressions, but they were all thinking the same thing. At the same time, Wu Yen entered the tent. "You're all here?" Seeing that all the girls are present, he didn't notice the strange looks on their faces. Instead, he retreated to the side like he's keeping them in suspense. "Look, who is it?" The young ladies all subconsciously cast their gazes towards the entrance of the tent. When a purple figure walked in and appeared in front of their eyes, their expressions changed and they were all stunned. Time seemed to have stopped. Yukari looked at the girls and their stunned expressions. Yukari found it funny but also felt warm. If it wasn't a surprise, they wouldn't be acting like this. With a rare gentle smile, Violet tilted her head and smiled at the girls. "Era, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Her crisp and charming voice entered the ears of the girls one by one, causing the sluggish expressions on their faces to gradually relax and be replaced by a thick sense of joy. "Yukari, sis." Astria and Flandre-chan, who spent the most time with Yukari, got up and hugged Yukari's arm. Flandre-chan jumped on Yukari's body. Their faces were flushed red from excitement. "Yukari!" Chuju and Mikoto finally reacted. They looked at Yukari happily. "You're back." Yukari nodded with a smile. "I was just summoned back. You won't disappear again, right?" Flandre-chan doesn't want to see Yukari, sis, disappear. Flandre-chan looked at Yukari with hopeful eyes. Yukari couldn't help but rub her head. "I won't this time, don't worry." "That's great." Astria and Flandre-chan cheered at the same time. Hinajiku, Mikoto, and the others also let out a sigh of relief. They ran to Yukari and pulled her over. For a moment, the whole place was filled with the laughter of reuniting with each other. Wu Yen laughed dryly when he saw the girls surrounding Yukari and talking about something. "Just ignore me." Chapter 10:14. Early morning, walking out of his tent, Wu Yen tidied up his messy clothes while yawning tiredly. Yesterday, because of Violet's return, the girls decided to hold an impromptu celebration to celebrate Violet's return. Initially, Violet didn't want to celebrate. She was more curious about what happened to the girls while she was away. As for the celebration, when can't they celebrate? However, when Violet refused to celebrate, The girls also used the same reason to force Violet back. Left with no choice, Violet could only follow the girls' arrangement and participate in the celebration. At that time, Wu Yan, who had been ignored, was picked up by the girls. As for the reason why he was picked up, it was very simple. The celebration required delicious food, therefore, while the girls were celebrating Violet's return, Wu Yan cooked for them for the whole night. In the end, the girls were all satisfied. As for Wu Yan, he kept cooking even when he was sleeping. Fortunately, vampires are nocturnal creatures and have unlimited stamina. Otherwise, after last night's torment, Wu Yan's hands would have been sore and numb when he woke up in the morning. At this time, the sun had just risen. Even the sun hasn't fully shined on the ground, it can only be considered as dawn. After tossing and turning for so long last night and now waking up so early in the morning with Wu Yan's personality, it's no wonder he's so tired. Patting his cheeks, Wu Yan raised his foot. However, as soon as he lifted his foot, Wu Yan's face showed a stunned expression. He looked in a certain direction in front of him. His eyes were filled with confusion. In front of a tent not far from Wu Yan, a slender figure was standing in front of the tent with her back to Wu Yan. She was looking in a certain direction, emitting an unusually dignified aura. A pink and white dress swayed up and down in the breeze, along with the blonde hair tied with a bow. This scene was indescribably beautiful. The slender figure was none other than Violet. It's Violet? Looking at the beautiful figure with her back to him, Wu Yan's face and eyes were full of surprise. If he was said to be lazy because he liked to sleep in the morning, then compared to him, Z was definitely not inferior. Although she possessed a frightening level of power, Purple was a true monster, a real monster. Her main activity time was from evening to midnight. During the day, she slept all the time. It was said that she could sleep more than 12 hours a day. It could be said that except from evening to midnight, Violet was basically inactive. And this was one of the rules of conduct for ordinary demons. In other words, Violet was a monster, a very typical monster. Yukari hibernates during winter and only wakes up during spring. Since no one knows where Yukari hides during winter, they can't tell if this habit is real or not. However, since she said so herself, Wu Yan and co believed her. In addition, Violet had the habit of leaving everything to others when she was sleeping. During the week that he lived with Violet, Wu Yan and the others were really annoyed by her. Fortunately, Violet tasted Wu Yan's cooking and fell in love with Wu Yan's cooking. Every time Wu Yan cooked or when she was hungry, she would find Wu Yan. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to even talk to her because they had a completely different schedule from Violet's. One could only imagine how lazy this difficult demon sage was. According to her, it was all due to her physique. However, the others were only skeptical and did not fully believe her. More accurately, no one actually believed her. She could control the realm power and was close to the origin. How could she not be able to handle such a small habit? Yukari managed to pull Wu Yan down from his position as the laziest person in the room. Yukari took the title of the laziest person in the room. It was not time for dinner yet and the sky was almost bright. Logically speaking, Violet should be lying in bed at this time. Why was she standing there? Could it be that she was active all night and did not have time to sleep? Then why was she standing there? Or has Violet already reached the realm of lying down and sleeping standing? If so, then I have to learn. Shaking his head with a smile, Wu Yan turned around and walked towards Violet. Still not asleep? Or did you just wake up? Let me return those words to you as well. Yukari giggled as if she already knew Wu Yan would come to her side. However, her eyes were still fixed on a certain direction in front of her. She didn't look away for even a second. Ma, I had something to do so I woke up early. Wu Yan mumbled. Yukari giggled and she replied with a teasing tone. Era, what a coincidence. I also had something to do so I didn't go to bed. You really didn't go to bed? Wu Yan pursed his lips and he glanced at Yukari. He frowned when he saw Yukari staring into the distance. What's wrong? Wu Yan followed Violet's gaze and saw the behemoth forest. Wu Yan's frown deepened. Is there something wrong with the behemoth forest? Wu Yen didn't think Violet would go against her usual routine and stand there doing meaningless things. Problem? Violet narrowed her eyes and nodded. It should be considered a problem, right? Question mark. Wu Yen didn't understand. Did you discover something? Discovered something? Violet lowered her head and pondered for a moment before smiling. It should be considered a discovery, right? What do you mean? Wu Yen rubbed his cheeks with a wry smile. Don't speak in riddles, okay? I'm not as smart as you. I'm not playing riddles with you. Purple slowly put away the smile on her face, and her expression became indifferent. Yes, I'm not sure what's there either. You're not sure? Wu Yen flinched. He looked at Yukari in shock. Why wouldn't I be sure? Why don't you just open a gap and take a look? If I could, I would have done it long ago. Violet shook her head, her golden hair rippling in circles. In the sunless dawn, her hair shone brightly. In one night I used gap to scan the entire behemoth forest more than 3 times, but it seemed like the other party could sense my gap and couldn't find it at all. The other party? Wu Yen caught a phrase and said uncertainly, You mean there's something in the behemoth forest? That's why I'm not sure either, Wu Yen said grumpily. Then how do you know there's something strange in the behemoth forest? Violet stroked the parasol leaning against her shoulder, her eyes filled with an inexplicable light. If I have to explain, I can only say that there's a very ominous aura in that place. Ominous aura? Wu Yen couldn't make heads or tails of Yukari's cryptic words. Wu Yen thought for a moment and said, In other words, you didn't feel any ominous aura in the behemoth forest last time, but you felt it this time, so you're a bit concerned, right? Ah, Allah, as expected of Xiao Yen. You guessed it right away. A smile appeared on Violet's face as she nodded. Indeed, I'm a bit concerned, I see. Wu Yen scratched his cheek and hesitated before asking, Do you want to go and take a look? That's exactly what I'm planning to do. Violet didn't refute and admitted it. When she saw Wu Yen was about to say something, she knocked him on the head with the paper fan in her hand. There's no need for that, we can handle this on our own. Yukari grinned at Wu Yan's wine-red eyes and she said in a meaningful tone, Don't you have something you want to do too? As soon as he finished speaking, Violet's figure suddenly disappeared. What was left on the spot was only a crack that was closing up. Wu Yan shook his head and left after watching the gap close. As for worry, with Violet's strength, there was no need to worry at all. Chapter 10-15. Behemoth Forest. The towering trees that reached the clouds did not have the slightest pattern as they stood on the undulating terrain as if they had been there since the beginning of time. Not a single ray of sunlight could reach the forest that was surrounded by trees, emitting an ancient aura. The cries of birds, beasts, and insects were incessant, but there was no trace to be found. Vaguely, a roar full of ferocious and murderous aura was transmitted in the towering forest. Among them, there were even 1 or 2 roars that contained a powerful aura. With just one sound, one could tell that the level of the owner was definitely not low. This was the deepest area of the behemoth forest, extremely close to the central area where the Beast King had been born. It could be said that this was the most terrifying area in the behemoth forest outside of the central area. The edge of the inner area was quite a distance away from here. It was common knowledge that the distribution of magical beasts in the behemoth forest was that the closer to the central area, the higher the level of the magical beasts. The central area of the behemoth forest was also divided into 3 areas: the outer area, the inner area, and the deepest area of the behemoth forest. Therefore, other than the central area, the deepest area of the behemoth forest was the area where the highest level magical beasts lived. In the deepest area of the behemoth forest, the magical beasts were not as terrifying as the 12-peak 9th level magical beasts that Wu Yen and the others saw when they went to the central area to search for the Beast King. However, it was still an area where 9th level magical beasts were active. Because magical beasts generally had longer lifespans. Even if they did not live for thousands of years, they lived for hundreds of years. Some with longer lifespans could even live for thousands of years. In addition, the deepest area of the behemoth forest was an area that humans did not want to go near the most. Therefore, after a long time, the number of 9th-level magical beasts here had accumulated to a certain extent. They were not as strong as the 12-peak 9th-level magical beasts, but they were still 9th-level magical beasts. Of course, the deepest area of the behemoth forest did not only have 9th-level magical beasts. There were 8th-level magical beasts as well. These magical beasts, all of them were at the peak of the 8th stage. Magical beasts below the peak of the 8th rank didn't dare to approach this place. Even if they were at the peak of the 8th rank, some magical beasts would choose to live in the inner regions of the behemoth forest. At least in the inner circle. They could even be the lords of a land. But if he was caught by a magical beast of the 9th step in the depths of the forest, then his tendons were pulled out, his skin was peeled, and his body was eaten. That was certain. Under such circumstances, unless it was really necessary to come here, such as the previous operation to investigate the birth of a beast king, even a powerhouse of the 9th level would not be willing to come here. But today, in the depths of the behemoth forest that everyone feared, someone had come. In a certain corner of the behemoth forest, there was a dilapidated stone forest. The trees that were everywhere stopped growing here, leaving behind a large empty area. There were no more trees. Instead, there were stone pillars, stone spikes, stone towers, and even stone statues. It looked like someone had lived here before. The stones were artificially carved, but in fact they were all natural. That's right, the stones in this stone forest naturally existed here. No one had ever touched them, and no one had ever come here before. It had been at least 1,000 years since anyone had come here. No one knew how long it took for this place to become such a miraculous sight. One could not help but sigh at the uncanny workmanship of nature. Now, this stone forest that had been lifeless for a long time finally welcomed a guest. At the edge of the stone forest, a pitch-black crack suddenly and silently ripped open in the empty space, exposing the vicious eyeballs inside. It caused the dead silence in the surroundings to become eerie all of a sudden. It was chilling. In the next moment, in the pitch-black crack filled with sinister eyeballs, Violet held a parasol and leaned on her slender shoulder. She walked out of the crack, with a smile on her face as if she was taking a leisurely stroll. Her dress fluttered in the wind as she slowly walked out of the crack and arrived in front of the stone forest. The gap closed after its success, returning the scene to an intact void as if nothing had happened. Only Purple's figure stood alone in front of the tall stone forest. Compared to those stones, Purple's slender figure was undoubtedly very tiny. However, the incredible sense of existence that hovered around her gave people a wonderful feeling that she was the only one in the world. It was far from what those dilapidated stones could compare to. Her hand stroked the hair by her ear. Her action was so natural that it could definitely make the blood of the young men boil. Zihuan's bright eyes were cast on the stone forest. She glanced at her surroundings and tilted her body. Soon after, she smiled. "It's here, right?" Her light voice echoed as if she was talking to herself, as if she was waiting for someone to answer her. She turned her head and looked in a direction beside her. Over there, a few black figures were slowly closing in on them. Those were demonic beasts. No, to be more precise, they were demonic beasts that had turned into monsters. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales. The front end of its 4 limbs were like the claws of a ghost or the tentacles of an octopus. It was extremely disgusting. Its ferocious head was also covered in black scales. However, there were no eyes on it. What was left was only a large eye socket that looked like a pair of goggles. Inside the eye sockets, there were many moving eyeballs. These demonic beasts looked more like monsters than demonic beasts. Some looked like baboons, some looked like tigers, some looked like jackals, wolves, tigers, leopards, and some looked like elephants, fish, dogs, and cats. However, all of them were covered in pitch-black scales. The front of their limbs had turned into that disgusting appearance. Coupled with their ferocious heads and strange eyes, it was as if they had returned from hell. Even Purple, who had lived for over 1,000 years and had seen a lot of things, couldn't help but raise her beautiful eyebrows when she saw such a monster. Demonic beasts? They don't look like them. If Wu Yan was here, he would have noticed that these demonic beasts looked exactly the same as Marcus and Bing Mian when they were possessed by black light. Ha, ha. Just as Violet was sizing up the demons in front of her and trying to identify their species, those disgusting demons suddenly let out a strange cry that sounded like the cry of a dying cat. Their disgusting eyes were cast on Violet's body, and then a thick black aura erupted from their bodies. Seeing the black aura flowing around the demonic beasts, Violet's brows furrowed tightly. A trace of disgust appeared in her eyes. What an uncomfortable aura! She twirled the parasol in her hand and sneered. I wanted to study it more, but this aura is too disgusting. It's even more disgusting than the bad luck on the body. If I capture you all, Xiaoyan and my sisters won't like it. It's better if you all disappear. Before Violet could finish her words, the magical beasts seemed to have lost their patience. Amidst the ghostly roars, they leaped into the air, bringing with them a large amount of black gas. They were like dark clouds that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they pounced on Violet. Allah! Violet smiled faintly at the demonic beasts that pounced on her. How impatient! She didn't do anything but slowly smiled. In the next moment, a mysterious wave reverberated from her body and spread out like a wave. This is Violet's ability. The power of a realm. In just a moment, the wave that represents the power of a realm smashed into the demonic beasts like a hot knife through butter. In the depths of the behemoth forest, the demonic beasts in front of them are disgusting, but their strength is not to be underestimated. Looking at the black aura that blotted out the sky, each one of them is probably a level 9 demonic beast. But this group of level 9 demonic beasts didn't even make a sound in front of Violet's ability. They didn't even have time to struggle. In the blink of an eye, under the power of a realm, they were all turned into ashes. Not a trace of them was left behind. With a wave of her hand, a group of level 9 demonic beasts died in Violet's hands. This is the power of a demigod. This is Violet's power. It belongs to the founder of Fantasy Village, the power of a sage. As for Yukari herself, it was as if she had done something extremely insignificant. Her expression did not even change in the slightest. Only a sharp glint flashed in her purple eyes as she looked at the place where the magical beasts had been reduced to ashes a second ago. Over there were streaks of black light dancing. Chapter 10:16. There were about a dozen of them. The black lights danced up and down like ribbons, pacing back and forth like large earthworms, twisting their bodies. However, if one were to observe carefully, one would notice that although they were flying around recklessly, none of them dared to fly in the direction of Amethyst. Purple narrowed his eyes filled with interest. Although Amethyst did not know what these black lights were, she was certain when she saw that they were timid and did not dare to approach her. These black lights either had consciousness, or even if they did not, they had a beast-like instinct. They knew what was dangerous and what could threaten them. Black lights with instincts or consciousness. They could even attach themselves to other life forms? Amethyst felt that she had seen enough strange things in her life. She had seen all kinds of strange things in the fantasy village. However, she was still interested in something like this. The reason why those magical beasts became so disgusting is probably because of you. Amethyst's lips curled up slightly. She stretched out her hand. That's good too. I can't take those disgusting things away, so I'll bring you back to study them. Amethyst did not know if the black lights understood her words. When Amethyst stretched out her hand, they all trembled. With a sudden twist, it broke through the atmosphere and flew toward the forest in the distance with a whistling sound of wind. Their speed exceeded that of an ordinary 9th-grade warrior. Running away? Seeing the black lights flying in the opposite direction of her, Yukari was not surprised. Instead, she was delighted. They chose to run away when she was about to attack instead of running away when the situation was bad. Amethyst could basically rule out the possibility that the black lights had consciousness. These black lights, they should have some kind of biological instinct and relied on it to control their actions. Era, isn't this interesting? Amethyst's interest grew. She no longer dared to delay. She slowly opened her hand and let her palm face up. A sparkling, translucent cube appeared in Amethyst's palm, glowing with golden light. Amethyst was not only good at cultivation, she was also good at enchantments. This cube was one of the enchantments that Amethyst was good at, quadruple enchantments. Therefore, if anyone could discover it, he would have seen it. Inside this small cube, there were 3 other cubes that almost overlapped with it. These cubes were one size smaller than the original one. Clearly, by using the power of the barrier, Violet wanted to capture all of these black lights. With a move of his palm, the 4-layered square enchantment whistled in the air. It expanded with the wind and turned into a star. It tore through space and shrouded the black light that was flying away. Buzz? Before they could even touch He Guang's body, the 4-layered square-shaped barrier expanded fiercely. In an instant, it expanded from the size of a palm to the size of a stone forest on the ground, covering the sky above the stone forest. Although the speed of the black light was extremely fast, the 4-layered cube that suddenly expanded was even faster. In less than a second, it had already grown to the point where it could envelop the stone forest below, enveloping all the black light. The black light that was trapped in the enchantment did not slow down at all. It crashed into the enchantment at an extremely fast speed. In the end, it was like an egg crashing into a rock. With a muffled sound, it flew back and almost shattered itself. When all the black light was trapped in its body, the 4-layered barrier slowly descended. As it descended, it shrank in size. When the 4-layered barrier fell back into Amethyst's palm, it had already returned to its original size. Amethyst looked at the black light that was scuttling back and forth in the 4-layered barrier, trying to break free from the barrier. A joyful smile appeared on her face. For the time being, it shouldn't be boring. Amethyst shook his head with a smile as he patted the 4-layered barrier that imprisoned the black light in his hand. After all, it seems like we're not the only ones interested in you. When he said this, Amethyst raised his voice slightly. It was extremely clear as it reverberated in the surroundings. It was like a sound wave that slowly drifted into the distance, as if he was deliberately saying this for someone to hear. As it turned out, Amethyst's actions were not without reason. Beep! Suddenly, the sound of thunder striking down from the clouds in the sky like a thunderbolt. A burst of dazzling light flashed, illuminating the entire dilapidated stone forest in an instant. Amethyst raised his head slightly with a faint smile on his lips. He looked at the thunderbolt that was striking down. To be more precise, Amethyst was not looking at the thunderbolt, but at a person within it. That's right. There was a person within the thunderbolt. It was a man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, but he had a long beard on his chin. This person wore a white robe with a thunderbolt pattern engraved on it. In addition to the thunderbolt that fell from the sky just now, one could imagine how powerful this person was. However, although the scene just now was very shocking, the aura on this person's body was faintly discernible. It was not as domineering as the thunderbolt engraved on his white robe. He was just like an ordinary person. However, could an ordinary person float in the air? In the Spalier world, there was only one type of person who could float in the air other than those who were proficient in wind magic and some special flying magic and combat techniques. A demigod. This person was actually a demigod. Whoosh! Almost at the same time as the thunderbolt fell, an ear-piercing sound of wind breaking resounded above the stone forest. With a sonic boom, the person cut through the sky with a momentum that was not inferior to the previous one. In a flash, he appeared above the stone forest. It was an old man, an inconspicuous old man wearing a gray robe. However, this old man was also floating in the air. Just as the old man appeared above the stone forest, a pitch-black figure flashed from afar. As if teleporting, It directly appeared beside the old man and the old man in the white robe. This time, the person who appeared was also an old man. He was also floating in the air, but the difference was that he was wearing a black robe. In the blink of an eye, in the behemoth forest, in the sky above the stone forest, 3 demigods appeared. It's not over yet. Whoosh, like the howling of the wind and thunder flashed, bringing with it an ear-piercing sound. Immediately, another figure appeared in the sky. Her long hair was scattered behind her back, fluttering with the wind around her. She looked very elegant. She looked to be around 30 years old, more than twice as young as the other 3. However, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes constantly showed that her real age was definitely above what one could see from her appearance. This was a gorgeous woman. However, she also knew how to float in the air. The 4 people who suddenly appeared in the sky stood in opposition to each other, forming a square with 4 corners. After they appeared, their auras completely disappeared. They were all like ordinary people, inconspicuous, if one ignored the fact that they were floating in the air. Sweeping her gaze across the 4 people in the air, the smile on Violet's lips unknowingly widened by quite a bit, proving that she was definitely in a rather good mood right now. However, that happiness was not directed at the 4 people in the sky. Instead, under the guidance of her gaze, it was directed towards the person on the ground opposite her, in her vision, in front of her, in the stone forest, next to a stone pillar that was supposed to be lifeless. A figure appeared out of nowhere, silver white hair, blue muslin clothes, a delicate figure, a beautiful face. She was in the prime of her youth, looking as youthful and beautiful as Violet. However, Z's interest in such a young girl was even greater than that of the 4 people in the air who weren't young at all. This was because although the auras of the 4 people in the air were ordinary, Yukari could still clearly sense their specific strength. As for this young lady who looked as young as herself, if not for Yukari wanting to test the wonders of the system's perceptive ability, she might not have discovered her until now. It wasn't that she was stronger than Violet, but there seemed to be something on her that was hiding everything about her. Chapter 1017. In the air, the white-robed old man, the gray-robed old man, the black-robed old man, and the gorgeous woman faced each other. They looked at each other as if they were surprised by each other's appearance. "I didn't expect you to come as well." The white-robed old man was the first to voice his surprise. When he looked at the black-robed old man, the surprise in his eyes became even more obvious. "That's not a big deal. I didn't expect you to come as well, Mula. You haven't left your Spalier World Academy magic crystal shop for at least a decade, right?" Hearing this, the black-robed old man snorted heavily, and his attitude was extremely bad as he yelled, "What? Do you have a problem with me coming here? Magnubi!" If Wu Yen was here, he would be so shocked that his jaw would drop to the ground if he saw this black-robed old man whom Magnubi referred to as Mula. This old man is the owner of a magic crystal shop that Wu Yen met when he first entered Silveria World Institute. The owner of the shop had a very bad attitude towards his customers. After hearing Mu La's bad attitude, the other 3 didn't feel strange at all. Obviously, it was not the first time that they had seen Mu La's bad attitude. "I'm just a little surprised." Magnubi glanced at Mula. "Didn't you say you wouldn't leave the Spalier World Academy until you reached peak demigod rank?" Mula curled his lips in disdain and sneered. "Didn't you say you wouldn't cultivate your lightning beast-type combat skill to the point where you could destroy the entire Spalier World Academy? You wouldn't leave the Baruba Empire's treasury?" Magnubi's eyes flashed with anger. "If you didn't embarrass me, would I have said something like that? I just don't like the way you Baruba men look down on women." Morris spat out his saliva. "Disgusting. You." Enough. The argument between Mula and Magnubi escalated to a higher level. When his anger was on the verge of erupting, the gorgeous woman stood up at the right time. "Stop arguing. Since you're here, I'm sure you're here for the same reason. Do you want to mess things up by arguing?" Mula and Magnubi paused at the same time. After exchanging a glance, they both snorted. turning his head away, he could tell that the relationship between the two of them was not good. Linya, did you receive the news as well? Magnubi turned his gaze to the beautiful woman. I thought I was the only one who received the news. Even Mura left the Silveria World Institute and you received the news. It's reasonable for you to leave the Fea Empire's treasury. Aren't you the same? The gorgeous woman named Linya smiled and looked at the gray-robed old man who had been silent all this time. Why didn't you tell me that something like this happened? Garen, that's not very nice of you. Yes, the gray-robed old man. He's the guardian of Ailu Empire, Garen. As for the other three people's identities, they could more or less guess from the conversation just now. Magnubi is the guardian of Baruba Empire. Linya is the guardian of Fea Empire. As for Mula, even though he's not a guardian, he's one of the 5 demigods in the Spalier world. 5 demigods. At this moment, 4 demigods appeared at the same time. Maybe there's more than 4. Mula, Linya, and Magnubi looked at the silent Garland at the same time. They could feel the other three's gazes. Garen smiled bitterly. It's not that I don't want to talk about it. It's just that the truth is too unbelievable. If we don't get to the bottom of it, who would dare to talk about it? A glint flashed across Jarlin's eyes as he looked at the 3 demigod powerhouses who seemed to be deep in thought. Something that can turn people into monsters and level up. The 4 demigod experts were rarely seen in 100 years. Now that they had come here, their objective was obvious. It's the black light. Come to think of it, it was Bing Mian who created this rare scene. Even though he was possessed by the black light and turned into a monster, Bing Mian's vitality is strong. When the black light left his body, Bing Mian was able to recover. Wu Yin didn't kill him at the time. Instead, he agreed to Bing Mian's request and allowed them to deal with it themselves. Anyways, the half-crippled Bing Mian turned into a cripple after Kuroto messed with him. Even walking is a problem for him. Wu Yen isn't in the mood to deal with a piece of trash like this. The Saito family learned about the origin of the black light from Bing Mian and how Marcus and Bing Mian were turned into monsters and leveled up unnaturally. Following that, the Saito clan's Type 9 powerhouse brought up the matter during the council meeting. At the same time, the news reached Garen and the other demigods. They were tempted. It's not that they wanted to be turned into monsters. What attracted them was the effect. Leveling up. This was a huge temptation to others, but to those who had already become demigods, it was even more tempting. After all, if even they could level up, then what would happen if a demigod leveled up? Celestial. It's been missing for a long time. All demigods dream of leveling up to Celestial. Under the temptation of leveling up to Celestial, they ignored the side effects of the black light. Perhaps, they thought that with their level, they could eliminate the side effects of the black light. They don't know what to do if they can't eliminate the side effects. Anyway, it's better to have a chance than not to have one. This was also the reason why they were all gathered here today. Demigods are indeed powerful. Somehow, they found out that the black light originated from the behemoth forest. Hence, they came here one after another. Yukari used her realm energy and 4 layers of barrier to capture the black light. They sensed the powerful energy and came here. That's what led to the current situation. Thinking of the powerful force they had just sensed, the 4 demigods looked down at the same time. They saw the confrontation between Violet and the silver-haired girl, which stunned them. Then they were surprised. That's... Linya exclaimed when she saw the silver-haired girl. Cynthia? She's here too. It's not that strange. Jarlin shook his head and sighed. The 4 of us are here. It's only natural that Cynthia would come. After all, leveling up is too tempting. Especially for us. Magnubi nodded solemnly. The 5 demigods of the Spalier world are here. This is going to be interesting. Jaren and Linya's expressions turned serious as well. They only hoped that they would be able to get what they wanted smoothly, and it would be best if there was no conflict. Otherwise, if the 5 demigods of the Spalier world start a war, things will get serious. After all, they don't just represent themselves. They also represent their respective empires. If something goes wrong, the empires under their protection will get involved. If that happens, the Spalier world will be in chaos. Mura, who isn't an empire guardian, didn't think much of it. He glanced at the young girl named Cynthia and then looked at Yukari, who was holding a parasol. That energy just now, was it hers? She. Jarlin, Linya, and Magnubi looked at each other and frowned. She's a demigod as well? It's no wonder the demigods reacted this way. They are the only 5 demigods in the Spalier world. The sudden appearance of a 6th demigod would shock anyone. However, they quickly recalled something and came to a realization. She must be the demigod who defeated the Beast King. Yes, I've also heard that a newly born Beast King was defeated by a newly ascended demigod. What's her name? I remember. If I remember correctly, her name is Yukari Yakumo. The 4 demigod powerhouses began to discuss as if there was no one else around. Although the demigod was on the same level as them, a newly ascended demigod was not enough to warrant their caution. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Yukari isn't a new demigod. In terms of level, Yukari is only average among them. However, in terms of strength, Yukari, who possesses the power of a higher realm, isn't someone they can casually discuss. Chapter 10:18. Perhaps because Garen, Linya, Mula, and Maganubi didn't lower their voices at all, the content of their conversation naturally fell into the ears of the 2 people who were standing opposite to each other on the ground. Cynthia? Yakumo Yukari? The 2 girls muttered at the same time. Their gazes grew more and more interested. Yukari didn't expect such a young girl who looked like she was in her 20s or even in her teens to be a demigod. Silveria wasn't a fantasy world where monsters, vampires, undead, celestial beings were everywhere. Existences that lived as long as the heavens could be found on the streets. Humans were the dominant life forms in this world, but their lives were also weak and pitiful. Yukari didn't think the girl was anything other than a human. However, could a normal human reach the demigod level in their 20s? The answer was no. Now, such a person appeared in front of Yukari. She didn't know if there was any inside story, but it didn't stop Yukari from being curious about Cynthia. Moreover, if she didn't use the system's senses, she wouldn't have been able to discover his existence. As a shifter sage, how could Yakumo Yukari not be curious? As for the young girl, Cynthia, her curiosity was much purer. She was just curious. How did this beautiful girl, who looked about her age, discover her existence? This kind of thing had never happened before. The thing that Cynthia is hiding is no ordinary thing. The 2 beautiful and noble girls had forgotten about the other 4 demigods. They looked at each other in silence, not bothering to hide the curiosity in their eyes. Until a certain moment, Cynthia, who obviously lost in terms of patience, took the initiative to speak. I'm Cynthia. Yukari smiled and nodded. Yakumo Yukari. What a strange name. Cynthia pursed her lips. She didn't mince her words. Can you tell me how you discovered my existence? Yukari's lips curled into a sly smile. Can you tell me how you managed to hide your existence? Me. Cynthia blinked. I relied on external objects to hide my existence. Allah, what a coincidence. Purple smiled. I was only able to discover your existence by relying on external objects. You discovered my existence through external means? Cynthia tilted her head and asked curiously, what's that? Looking at the other party's curious expression. The purple side turned sideways. Then what are you relying on to hide your existence? Cynthia rolled her eyes at Yukari. I'm the one asking you a question. Or are you asking me a question? Too cunning. Hearing this, Z only smiled and didn't say anything else. At first, Z was still doubtful. The girl named Cynthia in front of him should be an old monster who had lived for God knows how many years. The reason why she looked so young was because she had used some items to retain her youthful appearance. Her appearance shouldn't match her real age. But now, Yukari has refuted this conjecture. A real old monster, even if they could pretend to be the same as when they were young, it wouldn't be natural and their aura wouldn't be too dazzling. However, not only did Cynthia act like an ordinary young girl, she also acted naturally. Although Yukari couldn't completely sense her aura due to the external object in her mouth, Yukari felt that Cynthia's real age should match her appearance. In other words, Cynthia was a demigod in her teens or 20s. Thinking of this, Amethyst narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course, she didn't think that anyone in their teens or 20s could reach demigod rank. At least in the Spalier world, there was no such person. Even if there was such a person, it would be Wu Yan's summon who had the system. Therefore, this demigod named Cynthia must have a story behind her. At this moment, the 4 demigods floating in the air landed on the ground one after another. They came to Yukari and Cynthia's side. Instinctively, Jarlin, Mula, and Magnubi sized Z up. Only then did they realize that this new demigod master was younger and prettier than they had imagined. Gazing at Z, who was looking at them with a smile, even though Garlin and the other 2 were already in their 70s or 80s, they could not help but be amazed. Even Linya, who was a woman, was the same. She also felt a little bit of disbelief. Cynthia was a very young demigod. Yukari could tell this based on her rich experience. The 4 demigods who had known Cynthia for a long time naturally knew this as well. However, they didn't expect that there would be a demigod as young as Cynthia in this world. The reason why Cynthia could become a demigod at such a young age was very complicated. However, it was certain that it wasn't the result of her own cultivation. Therefore, Garlin and the others didn't feel anything strange. However, Yukari's appearance made them waver. Could it be that Yukari's appearance was fake and her real age wasn't that young? Or was she in the same situation as Cynthia? Several thoughts flashed through their minds. Although they were puzzled, the 4 demigods did not have the intention to pry into other people's bodies. Soon, their gazes shifted from Violet to her hand, which was the quadruple barrier that trapped the black gas. Seeing the black gas trapped in the barrier, the demigod's eyes were filled with desire. The most bad-tempered Mula stepped forward. "You're Yakumo Yukari, right?" Mura yelled impatiently without any manners. "The black gas in your hand? Is it the black gas that can turn people into monsters?" Garlin, Linya, and Magnubi all looked at Yukari with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. Turn people into monsters? Yukari's eyes turned slightly. She looked at the black gas in her hand and shook her head with a seductive smile. "I don't know if it can turn a person into a monster, but I got these disgusting things from some magical beasts that turned into monsters." "That's it." Mula laughed out loud. His voice was filled with joy. The other demigods had the same reaction. "Miss Yukari." Garland stepped forward and nodded politely to Yukari. "We're also looking for this thing. Since you found it before us, can you give some to us?" "Yes, yes, 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 yes." Magnubi nodded. "Miss Yukari has the same goal as us, right? Then you should know that this thing is very important to us, very important. We can exchange something with you." Even though Linya was anxious, she did not show it on her face like the rest of them since she was a woman. "I'm sure Miss Yukari can find something she likes." After saying that, the 4 demigod powerhouses stared straight at Zimeng, and they did not shift their gazes away. Yukari listened to the 4 demigods and looked at the black gas in her hand thoughtfully. She then turned her head and looked at Cynthia. "Are you here for this as well?" Cynthia was surprised. Cynthia was startled for a moment. She didn't expect Violet to ask her such a question, but she still nodded honestly. "Yes, I need this thing too. If you're willing to trade, I can give you something in exchange." Hearing this, Z's smile suddenly became sweet. If someone familiar with Yukari was here, like Wu Yen or Yukari's Shikigami, Yakumo, they would break out in cold sweat if they saw this. Yukari was a typical monster. She was difficult to understand, but she had a habit that everyone knew. If there was a sweet smile on Z's face, it meant that she was definitely not thinking of anything good at that moment. The sweeter her smile, the more dangerous it was. The pitiful group of demigods did not know that because of what happened today, they would be toyed around by our demon sage for a long time in the future. Chapter 10:19. On the other side, in the depths of the behemoth forest, there is a deep valley with complicated terrain. The deep valley seems to have been split into two halves. There is a small passage at the end that can only allow one person or a small magical beast to pass through. On both sides of the passage are walls that are more than 10 meters tall. There are vines growing all over them. One look and you can tell that there has been no signs of life here for a long time. And in the deep valley, there was a stream that led to the deepest part of the valley. When the stream reached the end of the valley, it flowed into a lake. At the end of the lake, there was a waterfall on the cliff. Although the terrain of the deep valley is very complicated, there is no doubt that it is a paradise. If there are fruit trees, people can live here for a long time. The behemoth forest is very unsuitable for people to live in. Otherwise, people would have built bases in the behemoth forest to harvest resources. It is not easy to find a suitable place to live in the behemoth forest. One can imagine how unique this deep valley is. Although there are no fruit trees and it is not suitable for people to live in, it is a good place to live. Unfortunately, this deep valley had already been occupied by someone else. On a large rock next to the waterfall, there is a person sitting cross-legged. He is wearing a beast skin coat and his face is pale. He looks like he has suffered a serious injury and is very weak. The right side of his body was completely deformed. An arm and a pair of thighs had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a torso, an arm, and a head. It was incomparably miserable. If an ordinary person's body was crippled like this, they would probably have thoughts of committing suicide. This person is the Beast King that was heavily injured by Wu Yan. Clearly, the Beast King is not in a good condition. Using his only remaining arm, the Beast King is gnawing on a piece of flesh in his hand. It is indeed a piece of flesh. It is completely raw. It has not been processed at all. Moreover, from this piece of flesh, one can faintly see the outline of a human chest. It is a piece of human flesh. If one looks carefully, they can see that. Below the rock that the Beast King is sitting on, there are many things piled up. Bones. Human bones. They were all humans who had suffered at the hands of the Beast Kings. However, from the looks of it, there weren't many of them, that was only natural. Now, almost everyone knows that the Beast Kings can consume the flesh and blood of cultivators to speed up their recovery. If the Beast Kings were to capture cultivators without restraint, they would definitely be discovered. Therefore, the Beast King could only endure. Every day, he would secretly capture 1 or 2 unlucky people in the behemoth forest. If it was just 1 or 2, then it wouldn't be a big problem. After all, the behemoth forest was originally a world of magical beasts. If people wanted to hunt here without casualties, then they would be too naive. Sitting cross-legged on the boulder, the Beast King silently gnawed on the flesh in his hand, extracting the essence within to heal his injuries. Although his injuries were severe, he was a magical beast with a tenacious vitality. Moreover, he was already a demigod. As long as he continued to heal, his injuries would be healed sooner or later. As for whether or not his broken arms and legs could be healed, that would be difficult. Therefore, in addition to secretly capturing 1 or 2 people in the behemoth forest every day, the Beast King would also go out every day to search for treasures. The behemoth forest has plenty of these treasures, some of which can even heal broken limbs. It was also because of this that the Beast King could endure the fact that he was being hunted down. Otherwise, if the proud and arrogant Beast King had to secretly capture ants, he would have gone crazy long ago. The Beast King, who was repeatedly gnawing on the flesh, suddenly stopped and frowned. Then, he quickly turned his gaze towards the deep valley in front of him. There, several figures were gradually approaching. From the looks of it, they should be magical beasts. Seeing this, a trace of anger appeared in the Beast King's eyes. He had already spread out the scent that only magical beasts could sense to warn the other magical beasts in the behemoth forest not to approach this place. But now, it seems that some magical beasts ignored his scent and barged in. How could the Beast King not be angry? He is the king of magical beasts. How dare some magical beasts ignore his scent? This is illogical. The Beast King felt that his dignity was being challenged. Magical beasts are not kind pets. The weak are prey to the strong. There are situations where they eat each other all the time. Even if the Beast King sees all the magical beasts as his subordinates, if they dare to offend him, even if they are his subordinates, he will cut off their heads. Just as the Beast King was about to kill the magical beasts that barged in, he just moved his hand when he noticed that there was something wrong with these magical beasts. Their bodies were covered in pitch-black scales. Their limbs were like ghost hands and tentacles. Their faces only have one large eye socket, but there are 7 eyeballs in it. Are these still magical beasts? The Beast King looked at these monstrous magical beasts in confusion. How come I didn't know about this breed? Is it a new breed? But even if it's a new breed, it can't ignore its scent. Something's wrong. The Beast King narrowed his eyes and looked at the magical beasts that were wobbling closer. He waved his hand. Poochie. Following a few popping sounds, a few sharp bone spikes burst out from the ground beneath those magical beasts and directly pierced through their bodies. Strange sounds came from their mouths. They didn't even have time to see what they killed. Their heads tilted to the side and their breaths gradually faded away. The Beast King thought this was just a small interlude. However, when the magical beasts died, rays of black light shot out from their bodies and flew into the air. Seeing the scene, the Beast King froze for a moment. After recovering, he hurriedly stretched out a hand and the mana within his body surged, instantly forming a huge skeletal hand. As it rose and fell, the skeletal hand grabbed the few black lights and pulled them back. The black lights immediately fell into the Beast King's palm. At the same time, a scene that the Beast King did not expect happened. The rays of black light ignored the Beast King's hand and collectively entered his skin. Not long after, the Beast King's hand surged with black gas and black scales climbed up his arm. The Beast King's body trembled, his face became serious. Although I don't know what this thing is, but if it wants to be impudent in my body. As he spoke, the Beast King closed his eyes and a majestic magic began to circulate around his body. After an unknown amount of time, the Beast King finally opened his eyes when the sky turned completely dark. Rays of black light flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is. A sinister, hateful, and ferocious smile suddenly appeared on the Beast King's face. It made his originally domineering aura seem like that of a devil's. Moreover, his smile continued to widen. In the end, he actually laughed out loud. Ha! Good. Very good. After saying this, the Beast King rose into the air and flew towards a certain direction in the Behemoth Forest. Behemoth Forest, a tall cliff. When the Beast King arrived at this place, the scene in front of him could be called hell. Waves of dense black gas rolled around like waves, completely enveloping the huge cliff. Within the black gas, rays of black light intertwined and danced around. It was like thousands of insects were stuffed into a small jar. It was a hair-raising sight. Occasionally, one could see 1 or 2 magical beasts in the surroundings of the high cliff that seemed to have been attracted by the strange phenomenon. As a result, these magical beasts were all possessed by the black light that suddenly surged out and turned into ferocious monsters. The Beast King calmly looked at this scene and a black light flashed in his eyes. His body turned into a meteor and rushed into the black gas. Along the way, streaks of black light surged into his body violently as if they had seen some delicious food. However, the Beast King did not even try to stop them. He went straight to the top of the cliff, to a platform that was continuously emitting black gas and black light. Then, with a wave of his palm, he directly smashed the entire platform into pieces. Then, a pitch-black hole appeared in front of his eyes. Inside, it was all black gas and black light. The Beast King laughed sinisterly. Yakumo, human, I will endure for a while until I come out of seclusion. After saying this, the Beast King's body flashed and he rushed into the hole. On the high cliff, the black gas and black light that enveloped the entire high cliff rapidly decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye and flowed into the hole. Chapter 1020. Ailu Empire, Supply Town. Ever since the establishment of the camp outside the giant beast's forest, or more accurately, since the day of the monster rampage, the town's popularity has been dwindling. That's to be expected. The behemoth forest is a natural treasure trove. The reason people keep coming here is because the spalier world's demand for demonic beast body parts and other natural treasures. Warriors and magicians who have reached a certain level of mastery in the giant beasts forest will fight magical beasts. It's not just because fighting magical beasts can increase their combat experience, it's also because killing magical beasts and harvesting their body parts can be sold for a good price. If you're lucky, you can find some rare natural treasures while hunting demonic beasts. It's not impossible for you to become rich overnight. Cultivators had a high status in the hearts of ordinary people because they had great power. However, cultivators also needed to eat, to have a place to stay, and even to feed their families. Not every cultivator was a member of a large clan or a powerful force. In fact, there was a very common phenomenon among all cultivators. Warriors make up 2/3 of the commoners. Magi make up 2/3 of the people in large families and factions. Among all the cultivators, warriors accounted for more than 2/3 of the total number of cultivators. The conclusion drawn from this data was that cultivators make up the majority of the commoners. The result of this conclusion is that cultivators rely on themselves to survive. Most of them had to rely on their own strength to support themselves, unlike those cultivators from large clans and forces who could rely on their clans and forces to support themselves. Most cultivators chose to hunt in the giant beasts forest to increase their combat experience while selling their loot. That's the path most cultivators chose to take. That's why the supply town closest to the behemoth forest is the most popular. Cultivators who want to enter the behemoth forest have to pass through here. They sell their demonic beast body parts here. They sleep here at night and travel to and from the behemoth forest. That's why the supply town is the most popular place. Wu Yan still remembers. When he first came to the supply town, the streets were filled with people, regardless of whether it was day or night. It was like a festival, and it was like that every day. But now, the demonic beasts in the behemoth forest are in danger of rioting. The behemoth forest camps have been set up. The Empire gave the camps the resources needed for normal operations. To ensure safety, no one is allowed to enter the behemoth forest. That's the same as cutting off the cultivator's source of income. Of course, no matter what. Even if they were commoners, cultivators were still cultivators. With some strength, they could find a way to get money wherever they went. But at the same time, there was no need for that anymore. There were no more cultivators coming to the supply town. The streets that used to be filled with people were now scattered in 2s and 3s. At a glance, the end of the street could be clearly seen. It was no longer like before, where even 1 or 2 meters away from the ground would be filled with people. The supply town is no longer a supply town. It's a real town. Other than the occasional guards from the camps who come here to buy things, the only people in the supply town are the natives. Fortunately, the shops here are still open. Some of the resources brought back from the camps are sold here. Otherwise, the town would have been abandoned. Thank you for your patronage. Walking out of the shop amidst the cheers of the shop's employees, Wu Yan's hands are already filled with bags. Chuju wants clothes. Misaki-chan wants a bag. Kurumi wants hair accessories. Yoshino wants some books. What else do I need? Oh right, Mikoto wants Gouda, Kotori wants lollipops. Wu Yan counted the items in the bags. He's at a loss. But do they sell Gouda and jewel lollipops in the spalier world? Obviously, Wu Yan is buying gifts for the girls. This is what he promised the girls. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't leave, Wu Yan wouldn't have delayed until now. But from the looks of it, Wu Yan, who's not good at shopping, is a bit tired. Looking at the sparse streets of the supply town, Wu Yan sighed in a troubled manner. I'll go look for more, I don't have anything to do today anyway. After making up his mind, Wu Yan patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. He then walked down the street. Wu Yan scanned through the shops in an attempt to find Gouda and lollipops. They're considered rare items in the spalier world, especially the former. It's not easy to find. That's the conclusion Wu Yan came to after 3 hours of shopping. After 3 hours of searching, Wu Yan suddenly had an idea. Would a normal shop sell Gouda and lollipops? Indeed, the reason why a trading company was called a trading company was because its scale had already developed to a certain extent. In such a trading company, how could one find things that belong to children like Gouda and lollipops? If he wants to find these two items, it's better to go to the stalls or small shops. I'm so stupid. Bitterly laughing, he knocked his head and sighed again. Along with the sigh, he lost quite a bit of his strength. Wu Yen, who was sighing in the middle of the street, didn't notice that a figure appeared in a corner not far from him. The figure was staring at him with resentment. Found you, Wu Yen, In the middle of the street, Wu Yen stopped sighing. He turned around to look at the corner of the street, but he didn't see anything there. Wu Yen scratched his face and frowned. Am I mistaken? At this moment, an ear-piercing sound broke through the air. Along with a little magic fluctuation, it suddenly rushed out from the other corner and headed straight for Wu Yen. Although the magic fluctuation wasn't very strong, it made Wu Yen, who thought it was an illusion, shiver. He quickly looked in that direction and a violent storm came into his sight. Wu Yen squinted his wine-red eyes. He didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he stomped on the ground. Suddenly, a magic flow that was several times stronger than the magic contained in the storm surged up violently. Wu Yen didn't use any special technique, he used the purest form of mana to meet the incoming storm head-on. Bang! It was as if a scorching airflow had collided with a gust of wind. The muffled sound reverberated in all directions along with the sound wave. The originally intact street was struck by the sound wave, and the ground within a 5-meter radius cracked open. The glass windows of the shops on both sides of the street were all shattered into pieces. A few of the unlucky ones who were closer to Wu Yen were stunned by the sound of the attack. Before they could react, the shockwave hit them and blew them away, leaving them moaning and groaning in pain. Luckily, the storm's target was Wu Yen and he managed to block it in time. The attack didn't directly affect the people around him. Only the wind and waves that collided with each other were affected. Although some people were blown away, it didn't do much damage. However, the people on the street were blown all over the place and screams of agony could be heard everywhere. From this, it can be seen that the storm's power wasn't that great. At most, it was 5th or 6th grade. Otherwise, Wu Yen wouldn't have blocked it with pure magic. Wu Yen also knew this, so he didn't pay attention to the people around him. Because of the sneak attack, he looked at the source of the storm. Soon after, he saw it. On the other side of the street, there was a young girl who wore a veil on her face. Her face couldn't be seen clearly, but she was around 17 or 18 years old. She had long, straight black hair that was like a waterfall. She was looking at him with eyes full of resentment. Chapter 1021. Murder. Some cultivators are fighting. Run! The surrounding passers-by finally reacted to the sudden situation. One by one, they let out terrified screams. Some of them even turned pale. To these ordinary people, a battle between cultivators, even if it was a cultivator of the lowest level, was extremely destructive. If they were careless and got themselves involved with their ordinary bodies, they would be seriously injured for at least a few months. Because of the shockwaves from the battles between practitioners, some commoners would die. Even though this didn't happen every day in Silveria, it wasn't a rare occurrence. Therefore, if a fight between practitioners were to happen, it would be no different from a disaster for the commoners who were unlucky enough to encounter it. Therefore, amidst the waves of horrified screams, the surrounding pedestrians did not care about their destination and directly ran towards the end of the street on both sides. Especially the few people who were blown away just now, they looked as if they hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. They ran as fast as they could. Not long after, the people at the scene ran away without a trace. Only a few other cultivators remained, as well as the 2 people who had caused all of this to happen facing each other from a distance. His ears are still ringing with the terrified screams of the commoners around him. His eyebrows are clouded over as he looked at the veiled girl in front of him and coldly opened his mouth. Although I don't know why you attacked me. Can't you see that there are so many commoners around? Although ordinary people were no different from ants to cultivators, they were still cultivators after all. Other than a few extremely evil people, cultivators would usually take into consideration that there were no ordinary people around when they fought, so as to avoid being implicated. It's not that cultivators are kind-hearted. It's just that if they knew that there were commoners around, they would hurt the weak commoners. How is that different from bullying others? Most of the cultivators had this mentality. Therefore, they would usually check the location of the battle. After all, they don't want to hurt the weak commoners for their own sake. Of course, that is excluding the evil people. The veiled girl was slightly taken aback. His gaze, which was filled with resentment, immediately dropped. A look of guilt appeared on her face. However, it was quickly replaced by hatred. Then, a light and ethereal voice came from under the young girl's veil. It slowly spread out. Since I didn't hurt anyone, if I don't vent my anger today, I won't give up. Vent your anger? Wu Yan was taken aback. He frowned and looked at the girl. How did I offend you? The girl didn't answer Wu Yan's question. Instead, she asked another question. Are you Wu Yan? Yes, I am Wu Yan. That's right. Strands of mana flowed out from the girl's slender body. She didn't give Wu Yan a chance to ask any more questions as she yelled at him. See if I don't kill you. Listening to the girl throwing a tantrum like a child, he opened his mouth but he couldn't get angry no matter how hard he tried. Instead, he felt very conflicted. Wait, are you mistaken? I don't think I've ever offended a girl. Before he could finish his sentence, the girl's mouth under the veil started to move quickly. She released a sound that was as soft as a mosquito. At the same time, a storm that was even more ferocious than before rolled up from the girl's body. It was like a blooming lotus. It flashed with a green light and violently swept past like a tornado. Hey! Wu Yan wanted to say something. The tornado that was spinning crazily like a spinning spear pierced towards him mercilessly. *CK. At that moment, Wu Yan could only curse gloomily. However, since he knew that there was something fishy about this matter, he naturally wouldn't make a move. Moreover, Wu Yan wasn't going to argue with a little girl. His expression is gloomy but his body moved. He took a step forward and instead of retreating, he moved closer to the incoming tornado. Following that, he lashed out with his leg. Like a whip, his leg flashed in front of him and it landed heavily on the tornado that is not weak in the slightest. This kick, Wu Yan didn't use magic or superpower. He only used his physical strength to throw out this kick. However, it was this kick that sent the wind magic that was powerful enough to slice off a layer of the ground in the surrounding streets, flying away with a muffled sound. The wind magic changed direction and shot straight into the sky. Seeing this scene, the masked girl's eyes suddenly widened. Faintly, from her transparent veil, one could see that her mouth had turned into an O shape. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. My magic was actually sent flying with a kick. Looking at the girl's look of disbelief, Wu Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head. He was certain that he didn't know this girl and this girl definitely didn't know him. If she did know him, even if she didn't know his strength, she should have heard of his deeds. She should know that he was once the strongest person in the Spalier World Academy and that he killed Marcus and Andrew who were both peak rank 8. It's impossible for someone who knows him not to know such a big event. Moreover, the information from the system is also very unfamiliar. Rena? Phelps, level 55. Rena? Phelps? I don't know her. What did I do to offend this girl? Phelps. Phelps. This surname, is she a member of the Phelps Empire's royal family? Wu Yan couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brain. He could only bitterly smile. But this bitter smile in Rena's ears sounded like mockery. Thus, Rena became angry. What's there to be proud of? This princess hasn't used her true strength yet. Without thinking, Rena yelled angrily. But due to her anger, she also leaked some useful information. This princess? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. You're a member of the Phelps Empire's royal family? How did you know? Rena exclaimed out of reflex. Even though she regretted it, it confirmed Wu Yan's guess. All right, princess of the Phelps Empire. Wu Yan rubbed his brows as if he had a headache. Let's not talk about why you're in the Ailu Empire's territory and in a supply town. You should at least tell me how I offended you. What do you mean you're an elder? This princess is only 17 years old. Rena yelled, and the sound of gnashing her teeth came from under the veil. If you want to know, let this princess teach you a lesson first. Are you stupid or am I stupid? Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Rena. Do you think that's possible? Even if it's impossible, it has to be possible. Rena declared like an unreasonable princess. In short, if I don't teach you a lesson, this princess will be angry. With that, Rena waved her slender hand and a dazzling small green staff appeared in her hand. Moreover, magic power surged within it. Rena had actually used her armament. Are you for real? Wu Yan's jaw dropped, he almost couldn't speak properly. Rena snorted and ignored Wu Yan. She channeled her mana into the magic staff and the crystal at the tip lit up. Wu Yan saw that Rena was about to open her mouth to chant another spell. He quickly hid his shocked expression and clenched his teeth. Since he couldn't explain himself, he would have to take her down first. At the same time, Wu Yan didn't delay any longer. He channeled a trace of mana and activated a spatial teleportation spell. He disappeared from the spot. Rena only saw a blur in front of her eyes, and the detestable guy in her heart disappeared. Before she could react, the hand holding the staff suddenly felt weightless. Even his armament had disappeared. Rena's face was full of shock. At this time, a pitch-black halo suddenly fell from the sky and wrapped around her body. Then it suddenly contracted and trapped Rena, who was still in shock. What is this? Rena cried out in surprise. Only now did she realize that Wu Yan was standing beside her and pressing his hand on the pitch-black halo. You did this. Rena struggled with all her might. Let go of this princess. Wu Yan snorted, the corner of his mouth slowly raised into a smile that made Rena tremble in fear. Before that, I think we need to talk. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.